Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, July the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can still hear me and see my screen. That'll help. I think we've got, well, I have nothing to do with it, but hopefully we'll have nothing going wrong with our sound and screen sharing today. All right, lots of, look at this, guys. Look how many stocks are up at least 10%. This is my pre-market actives up. Look how many stocks. So anything in this light green is up 10% at least. Look at this list. We have a, smaller list of the ones that are down 10%, but a lot of action this morning, a lot of action. So let's take a look at some of the things. Well, let's take a look at the top one right here. This one is still up 73% or 71%. AIMD. I actually couldn't see any news on this one. I'm still kind of looking at a headline. I don't see any news on this one. AIMD, it's a pharma, 72%, 6 million in the float. It's traded 3.9 million already. So I really don't see any news on this one, scouring my IB headlines. Obviously something going on, but I just don't know what it is. Obviously it has to be watched today. Next one on the list is this ARBB. I think the theme is, I don't know what's going on. Seriously, I don't have any, I can't see a specific headline for it. ARBB, I mean, up 46%, another really low float, 1.25 million in the float. 2.9 have traded already, so it's traded the float over twice. Now, yeah, I missed this one by about 5 cents. Waves. Now it has come right back down. But when I first saw it, it was right in this area. I was trying to get it at 13.20, and it just sort of escaped me. Man, oh man, it went all the way up to 18. It has pulled back. Now you're looking for news on this one. The only thing I saw was that. No, this was on the. No, I don't see any news. Sorry. I thought maybe it was another one of these extensions. It's a SPAC. We're in this market again where these SPACs have gone crazy as still SPACs, not the merger or the company that they merge with, but as the SPAC itself. So, and that EDTK is still going crazy. And then the other one this morning was Rose, ROSE. Now it's only up 8%, but when it was up to 1350, it was up a lot more. Yesterday, of course, it got up to 20. I mean, and there's no real news on these. These are just SPACs looking for acquisitions. Some of them may have an acquisition in sight. And this one, PRFX, Israeli company, went crazy 3 days ago. 3 days ago, got up to $26. Fell back 2 days ago, fell back yesterday. Who knows what's happening today? Very, very low float, half a million in the float. And it is up 42%, 2.2 million have traded. Again, I don't see any news. It probably had some news 4 days ago. I just don't know what it was, or 3 days ago. Or I can't remember what it was. Thank you, you buck. Okay. So they're actually doing the financing. Okay. Nicola. Well, Nicola. And I'm hearing LASL, guys. The LASL is getting hammered down, basically pre-announcing their numbers, preliminary numbers. I don't think they have earnings until August, but I think anyway. Let me take a look at Nicola. Jumps as retail army scoops up shares. I'm reading this almost literally. So as the retail army, okay, so scoops up shares after the biotech deal. So retailers get the little guys getting into it. 19% float, short float. So a huge day yesterday, and a huge continuation so far. Now 276. Well, this weekly candle doesn't make sense. So this weekly candle is actually, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. But anyway, looks like 280 to 3 could be a lot of resistance for NKLA. NKLA. No shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. There were yesterday, but they've been snapped up, I guess. So let's take a look at the LESL. LESL, LESL. Not an earnings play, but like a lot of companies do now, they're issuing preliminary Q, whatever their Q is, Q3 numbers. Okay. They don't actually release until August 2nd. So this is an all-time low now for LESL, all-time low. Saw this one after hours yesterday. I was doing some work yesterday and I saw this one just getting thumped down. This is THRX, a bio. Imagine you're sitting here, for the last 3 weeks, just sitting around $10, kind of a sleepy looking stock. They come out with some news. Obviously, negative data. They're a bio, negative data. Hammered down 64%, 15 million in the float. So, man, I don't see drug. You guys are talking about drug. I don't see drug. So I have it up 6%. Are you talking about DRUG? I see it up 6%, not 400%. Okay, so you know what? I think what's happened is not for once. I mean, the data supplier has got this one right. So I think what you're seeing, if you're seeing drug up 400%, it's because it has not been split adjusted. Okay, because they've done a reverse split today, effective today. So I think what's happening, if you're seeing drug up, and I'm talking to Pioneer, and I think somebody else in our room, yeah, but it's not. Okay, understand that it's a reverse split. Well, let's make sure it is effective today. This should say the 14th. Yeah, the 14th, and a 5-to-1. So it's really not up it's not up. So if you multiply 60 cents by 5, you get into that three level. Plug has been plugging away, guys. PLUG, and plugging away here. We've got Northland Capital has put a price target of $22 on it. It's right at the 200-day moving average, 1325, that blue line you see in my daily chart. So it's right at the 200-day moving average for Plug, PLUG. This one could be interesting. I think this is an all-time low also. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. TIXT. Yeah, this is another one, guys. So we have two all-time lows right now that are essentially earnings plays, LESL and TIXT. They don't release until the 4th, but another one of these companies that have come out with preliminary numbers. Okay. So TIXT just getting hammered down. And so is LESL. Those are two earnings plays today. This is an earnings play, and this is almost an all-time high. AEHR is an earnings play, and it's Basically, not quite an all-time high. I mean, here it released earnings after hours yesterday, got up to 46.67-ish, and still pretty strong, up 4.5%. It's a pretty low float, 26 million. That's a very low float for a $43 stock. So it's probably, it's going to be pretty tough to trade early because of the spread. If you wanted to trade it early, I mean, it's not bad right now. Not saying to do it now, but I'm looking at the spread 43.30, 43.40. So that's only a 10-cent spread. With only 26 million in the float and that price, usually the spread is a little worse. But anyway, yeah, EDTX. Oh, PJ, it looked like it was dead, but it almost got up to the high yesterday in the pre-market. High yesterday was 80, 77.64. It could be setting up again, PJ. It's just so risky. So if I were going to take this, it would be so few shares. But man, I mean, if it tacked on 20 or $30, all about where can you put your stop if the rug gets pulled dramatically? What if it drops $10 just like that? Anyway, you probably have to put your stop at about $50, or at the very least 54, the low of this current candle. So you probably have about a $6 stop at worst. Believe me, if I got in this one and was starting to sink, I'd be out of it immediately. But at worst, probably a $6. Well, now even more. Yeah, Shady's just now the spread is look at that, 62, 63. Anyway, um, STT is an earnings play. So there are some banks. I think Wells Fargo is another one. STT, State Street. So this is a bank released earnings. Not good for it. STT. This is actually gap down through the 200-day moving average. And Wells Fargo released earnings. WFC, and pretty good for it. Look at that, 3.5% on 3.7 billion in the float. That is a big move. The next high is looking left around 47. All right, 9:13. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, let's see if there's anything kind of interesting. Interesting in that I'm looking for something that is relatively cheap with a crazy price target put on it. Not seeing anything right now, but I'll get them all in. Some of you might have one of these stocks and you might be interested. Boy, gaming. I remember when that was really like a sub $10 stock, BYD. Morgan Stanley upgrading it from 69 to 75. Let me just take a look at Boyd. Remember that? I remember, I mean, it's a few years ago, but I remember when it was under $10. It looked like it was going to disappear. Microsoft upgraded, excuse me, 345 to 400. Take a look at Oust. 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 Okay, so this has been upgraded by Chardon up to $10. Okay, interesting. Don't know them at all. And there's the plug upgrade from Northland. So we've got a bunch of Raymond James is upgrading a bunch of the builders, QL, PHM, and Lennar, LAN, and KBH. So Raymond James is all over these builders, guys, today. Is MDC a builder too? MDC. The reason I say that is that they're upgrading MDC also. Yeah, so they are really, today is Raymond James's day. That's what I'm talking about right here. So all the upgrades, KBH, Lennar, MDC, PHM, and Toll from Raymond James today. Now let's take a look at the downgrades this morning. Boy, there's a big downgrade today. And that is Alcoa. Let me take a look at Alcoa right now. I know they release earnings next week. Okay, so this is already okay, so JP Morgan had a downgrade 54 to 36, so it's right there. So, okay. It's a downgrade for Leslie's, LASL. Actually, wow, we got a few downgrades for LASL. Piper Sandler, William Blair, and Guggenheim all downgrading LASL right now. So multiple downgrades for LASL. This one is also downgraded. Progressive PGR. This was an earnings play yesterday. And this just got actually thumped down on earnings. And that's PGR. Okay, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning. This TIXT, it says TELUS International. Now, TELUS is a big communications company in Canada, but I don't know if that's the same. TELUS International? Oh, it is. Wow. Interesting. They just happen to be my provider for everything. So, am I ever worried, El Lobo? Am I ever worried about T12 halts? Not sure what a T12 is, but I mean, if you're just talking generally halts and resumes, am I ever worried about it? In what respect? I mean, a lot of times the first halt is okay. So if I'm in a stock, and I mean, it's rarely does it happen. I can't actually remember the last time I was in a halt. I was in a halted stock. It has happened, but usually the first halt is okay if that's what you're talking. Oh, a T12? Well, then I'm not worried about a T12 halt ever. Not ever. Why would I be worried about it? I mean, most of the things that we trade intraday are not going to be subject to something like that. I'm not saying it has never happened, but it would take some very, very scary thing, something happening with the company. And a lot of it could be like one of these SPACs, could be. But no, do I worry about it? No, not at all. Now, this might be the rule breaker, TIXT. If it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown, I mean, obviously it's going to be a 10-day daily breakdown, but with the right filters, etc. This is one of those ones I may take right off the bat if it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And the other one would be the Leslie, the LASL. No Discord today, no. I mean, there was no need for it. The only reason we had Discord up and running yesterday was because we had the major problems with the main room. Yeah, another acquisition company, DMAQ, Deep Medicine Acquisition Company. Okay. So we're kind of getting back into SPAC mania, guys. I mean, we're getting and these aren't the merged companies; these are the SPACs themselves. I mean, we're starting to see a lot of action now in this little SPAC sector. Highly, highly risky. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. So we're in for a mildly positive open. All I'm really looking for, though, right now, I want to see where energy is with respect to the 200-day moving average and staples. Not Staples the company, but consumer staples. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's XLE is a major ETF for energy. 100% red, it means 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Now, some of them could be right at it or just a hair underneath, but nonetheless, 100% are down. Okay, but that's not what I'm interested in. I am interested to see where is XLE now with respect to the 200-day moving average. I know a couple of days ago, I think it was right there. Yeah, look at that. So just flirting with that 200-day moving average. This is one of the last major sectors well, we'll have to call it. It's still below the 200-day moving average. And then consumer staples was the other one. XLE. And so you can see the last 3 days, it has basically touched the 200-day moving average. You can see that if you can see my daily chart well, you can see that they're bottoming wick right into the 200-day moving average, but it's holding. So right now it looks like because financials will be interesting because of course the big banks are releasing today and next week. So let's take a look. But financials look like we're good to go now. So it's really only energy, guys. Only energy. That is the only one that I can find that is as a major sector that is underneath the 200-day moving average, and it's so close. Jack CC, good morning. So you might hear a lot more background noise today, guys. I'm still fiddling around with my noise canceling. I think there's a way in which I can do it, but I'm afraid to do it while I'm doing this because it might distort the sound, and I don't know if that's going to happen. If Pepe were here, he might be able to help me. But so you might hear some more background noise than normal. Give me one more moment. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see. Anything else? This NTRB, I think I had it listed here. I'm not sure I talked about it. I mean, there's so many on the ones that are up over 10% today. So many. This Lilium is down because of a financing, LILM, and I think CRBU is also down because of a financing. Didn't really talk about them. And I did see Riot early, and I don't know if it truly hit 21 something. I mean, if you look at the chart, it did, but that might have been one of those prints. But look at Riot, but I think it's under 20 now. No, just at 20. No, again, it takes out the high of yesterday, could keep running. I think when we looked yesterday, I think the next highs were around 21.50 or so. I do remember UCAR. C. Reddick, good morning. I think we're getting some new people into the room. Great to see. So, guys, LASL continues. This might be this might have gapped down too much for me now, too. But it's an all-time low. Release preliminary earnings numbers, revenue numbers. They're official. I don't know. I don't know why companies do this. Somebody has to explain to me because, I'm all about never holding a company through earnings. And yet a lot of these companies are doing this like a month ahead of time. And they're basically, this is an earnings play right now. So, I mean, the big guys don't. Big guys, like, I mean, I don't think you're going to see a Goldman Sachs or Microsoft, Apple, companies like that. They're never going to do this. But for some reasons, a lot of these companies do this. Troy C. I don't recognize you unless you guys are changing your nicknames. Boy, TELUS is getting thumped. TIXT. I have mixed emotions about. I say this is my provider for everything: phone, internet, TV. Don't know, Todd. Don't know what happened to him. Really don't know. All right, let's take a look at BRLI. BRLI. Another SPAC. Another SPAC. Man, and Lunar. LUNR. Okay, at least it's not a SPAC. Lunar. LUNR. Let's see. A lot of volume. Don't see any news for Lunar. Market's open, guys. William is not here. Normally I get a heads up. Okay, guys, market's open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Gonna let things settle down a little bit. Waiting for my option scanner, of course. Well, it is definitely my favorite scan right now. And again, if you're new, I'm not trading options. I'm just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. I'm trading the stock. Now, just because a stock shows up here doesn't mean I'm trading it, of course. This is one I forgot to mention, SAI. I couldn't see any news on it either. And we have our first halt, BRLI. Just talked about this one, another SPAC. This got halted on the way up. Now, guys, Wave showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, but this is highly risky. I mean, this is another SPAC, 3 million in the float. Briefly, but you can look this up, okay? If you do a Google search on what SPACs are, you'll get a whole definition of what they are. Basically, it's what they call them a blank check company. They're formed. They have investors that put money into the company. They trade, but what they're really looking for is to do a merger or buying a private company down the road, and then taking that company public. And it's an easier way to do it. Somewhat controversial than the typical way of going public, but that's what the SPACs are all about, and they exploded from 2018 on. Typically, if you look at the news, you'll a lot of times, and I don't know if this is for Waves, you'll see the company that they're eyeballing. You know that the company that they're eyeballing, of course, knows that. And what they try to do, especially in 2018, guys, give me a moment here. This is another. This is not a SPAC. This is just a beaten up stock. GLMD, beaten up stock. Wow, all time low now again. But what a lot of the SPACs were doing when the EV sector was really hot, and it's heating up again, of course. But when EVs, were electric vehicles, etc., that whole sector was really hot. What these SPACs would do, they'd be trying to find some EV company that they could take public because it was a hot sector. Things like that. Crypto, the same thing. Try to capitalize on a hot sector. Yeah, I see Opera. I do see Opera. It's been Opera just getting hammered. Yeah. Opera files for a mixed shelf up to $300 million. So there's your news for Opera. Big financing. But if you look it up, if you literally look it up, you'll get a full definition about what the SPACs are all about. I think Virgin Galactic was one of the first big name ones people knew. NKLA was a big SPAC that got just hammered down after. This was a $100 stock at one point. Well, look at Opera just getting crushed here on that financing. Yeah, if you're a private company wanting to go public, there are obviously a lot of hoops you've got to go through, and this was an easier way to do it. Somewhat controversial. I mean, it's totally legal, don't get me wrong, but somewhat controversial. Now, there's Beyond Meat, guys. Make fun of them all you want, but there goes Beyond Meat, BYND. Okay, so this AEHR is an earnings play, and this is an all-time high now. AEHR, all-time high. Should be okay, Blaine. You know, again, usually the first halt is okay. Okay, meaning, well, okay, what are you in? Waves? Let's take a look at waves. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, you'd like to see a bigger number here, but obviously you're in before 1479. There's the halt. This, look at RXRX, guys. Remember yesterday's big run? And now it's dropping. Anyway, this is the halt for for waves, WAVS. Can't see the symbol there, but that's what it is. Again, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there is the potential open 1480. I doubt if it's going to open there. I mean, it closed at 14, or the halt's at 1479. And if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open, let's see, 9:32 plus 5 seconds. So 9:30, 5 seconds after 9:37. If it is a 5-minute halt, I'll keep it up here because it's almost there. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, so about 10 seconds from now, this should open. Usually volatility halts are 5 minutes. If not, it'll be a multiple of 5, and it just opened. So actually it opened, you see, well, you're okay now. You're okay now. Now you do what you have to do. Okay. I mean, this ripped for you. My goodness. Yeah. Look at EDTX. So yeah, if you're taking like 50 shares down here with about a $5 stop, so we're resting $250. And your PFRX, so this is going to be, let's see, 35, 38. So in about 12 seconds from now. And you're looking okay in this one also. There's the halt, 882, 893. So what you wouldn't want to see, like a projected open of 8, okay, something like that. So it looks pretty good for you also. And it just opened. And so good for you. Go back to bed, Blaine. Aha, this is a short guy. No, 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 no. Okay, so NVIDIA must be moving higher. NVIDIA must be moving higher. This is what you buy if you're trying to short NVIDIA, but it's moving down. So obviously I'm going to NVDL, NVDL. So this is just another way of buying NVIDIA without having to go and buy the stock at a higher price. This is an ETF designed specifically for NVIDIA. Still pretty expensive now, but less expensive than 400 or whatever, 440, whatever NVIDIA is at right now. 472. Wow. Yeah, this RXRX is a tough one. It is probably one of the more whippy stocks I have seen in the last little while. Had the huge move 2 days ago. And actually, you wouldn't have seen this. It actually got up to about 18 in the pre-market that day. And this popped like this because of a 50 million dollar investment by NVIDIA into RXRX. Okay, so that caused a huge pop, but it sold way off 2 days ago. Tried to have or yesterday tried to have a little bit of a rally, but it's selling off again today. Take a look at Shady and QBTS. QBTS. Wow, yeah, this is really interesting because the high 268 is the high looking left on the weekly chart. Let's see if I can find another one. 280 is another high, 280. So, I mean, yeah, you've got some room, a little bit of room between here and 280. But if it can take out 280, then the next highs are like 396. So, got some big potential, especially if we can get through 280 for QBTS. But it's still negative. It's mildly 3 cents below yesterday's close. Don't see any news on it. Riot guys on the move here. It is looks like 20. Looks like 20 held. So that's another halt for PFRX. Now, the big deal about this one is 1160. 1160 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it takes that out, traders are going to be looking at the day before that. I'm going to put a price alert there, where it hit 26. Okay, that's what traders are going to be looking at. And again, I'm not saying that it's going to hit 26 again, but I mean, if it fills in any sort of this area, that would still be a great percentage move. So Juniper showing up on my 10-day daily, 10-day daily breakdown, just made another new low. There is the next low looking left is 29.45. After that is 29. So it's actually showing up on the options plays now too. So this is what I'm talking about. A little early. Again, it's not quite 15 minutes in. So there's the Juniper, 934, 29.87. It's probably going to be the same. Yeah, 934, 29.87. So anything in yellow and brown on my option scanner is a potential short. Anything green is a potential long. And of course, on the 10-day daily breakdown, potential shorts, potential longs on the breakouts. VSAT from yesterday. VSAT from yesterday still super weak. They had the mechanical, a failure. This is not an earnings play, but they had a failure yesterday or reported yesterday. It got down to 27.28. I think I'd love to see it take out 30. So I'm going to put an alert down at 30 and see if that happens. Okay, TIXT just showed up. Now, I might take this if it gets through 10. You know, I don't like to take something that close to a whole number, like especially 10. So I'm going to put an alert at 997 for TIXT and see if it moves down from there. Well, there's the Juniper. I'm not in it. So right now, the short opportunities are dominating the option scanner, even though the market is market's up. Well, it's a short possibility, right? I mean, it may bounce, but I mean, there it is on the 10-day daily breakdown. So TIXT. But again, I'm putting a price alert underneath 10 to see if that takes that out underneath 10. Bitcoin, what is Bitcoin doing? Wow, must have had a tremendous move after, well, of course, it trades 24 hours a day, but I have it down 500, but it's at 31. I know if William was here, he's going to tell me I'm delayed, but okay. But in the ballpark, 31,200 down 500. So that means it was ripping all evening. But let me take a look at BITO. Riot is still holding over 20. Yeah, so Bitcoin really, yeah, really not super strong, obviously, right now. So actually, look at Leslie now. Leslie is actually bouncing. Okay, it's actually bouncing. So this is what I was saying yesterday. Okay, there's the PR. There's the PRFX guy. So it just opened, and now traders are looking left. They're looking left. It's above the 2-day ago high. Yeah, look at Juniper. Carvana. I don't. Let's see what's happening with Carvana today. Of course, it got thumped down yesterday. Well, well, the memers have got hold of it again. Obviously, I mean that short float, that 50% almost short float. I mean, JP Morgan put a $10 price target on it yesterday, but guys, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. AEHR guys continues. This is one of the few non-bank earning plays anyway today. AEHR just continuing strongly, all-time high. Release earnings after hours yesterday. You can see that move area, excuse me, on my 15-minute chart. That's what that is. Wow, RMTI was on the option scanner yesterday as a big short, and it's continuing down. And the next low looking left is 271. So there is still room for our MTI to move down if it wants to. TMC having a comeback. Boy, so much happening. TMC is having a comeback here, guys, after being thumped for about 3 days, I believe. Yeah, well, 3 days, so having a bit of a comeback. Of course, remember, it had a tremendous run. But TMC is coming back. NVIDIA must be just firing higher. Look at this NVDS. This is, if you wanted to short NVIDIA, you would buy this, but this is now moving down. So NVIDIA must be just ripping. There's Shady's QBTS. Big level right here, 280. Takes that out. Look at the market. Key level for QBTS right now, that 280 level. Pops through that, boy, it's got still a lot of room. 397, $4 or so. In your world, PRFX is winning a lot of races? Probably, yeah, Peter. Boy, Juniper and VSAT just getting thumped still. Juniper just getting absolutely thumped here. Now look at TMC. Just talked about this at 203, big pop to 215. Now the next high looking left is 236 or so. That is yesterday's high. Okay, and here's another one, guys. Just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Fiber, FYBR, all-time, basically an all-time low. FYBR, lots of shares available. Interactive brokers, 2.8 million. All right, I got a fill. I did get a fill. It was just underneath 10%. So I didn't get the fill quite where I wanted, but I'm okay. Fiber, 1450. Let's see if that has any sort of move down. This is an all-time low now. FYBR. Doesn't trade options probably, or very few. Again, this is what I'm talking about. FYBR 1455. I was trying to get it right there. Got it at 1450. There's another one showing up. TU on the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, TU. Nothing. I don't know this one at all. This is TELUS. This is the TELUS I'm used to. Excuse me. Okay. The TIXT, I'm not used to that one as a symbol. But so this is TU and TIXT. both moving down. Excuse me, guys. NRIX is another earnings play. NRIX, another earnings play. Didn't mention it, but it is an earnings play. Excuse me. Just give me one moment. All right, guys. Fiber, FYBR. I've just covered some. 1450. Just covered some. 1421-ish. Okay. Just in case I can't get through that whole number of 14. I mean, there's obviously no support because it's an all-time low. No chart support. No chart support. Oh, this is great, guys. I don't know if anybody took it, but just waiting to see if it takes out 14. I don't know if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. They don't release earnings until the 4th, August the 4th. Okay, guys, I just covered some right at just over 14, just in case it can't get through it. Don't have too much left. Just watching. The bid was 1398. Again, this whole number. So I don't have very much left on my fiber short. Look at Nicola now. Nicola is now dropping, right? It has to be because it's showing up in brown here. Yeah, Nicola is dropping. There has been some short covering at Interactive Brokers. 40 up. They just got wiped out. Just as I looked, there were 4,500 shares available, but they just got snapped up. All right, let's take a look at Carvana. Just keeping an eye, and I have a little bit of the fiber left, not much, but if it breaks down through 14, the turn into still a nice trade. Elan, haven't seen Elan for a while. Don't see any news on this one. Really choppy action after hours yesterday. That mauve area, my 15-minute chart, really choppy action. Yeah, the problem with Elan right now, there's a high at 1182, which is very close, of course, and then but 1277. So I mean, if it can take out this 1182, it's got maybe $1 to get to the next high in the weekly chart. So it will have some room. Okay, I'm all out of the fiber, guys. So QBTS, a bit of a struggle to get through that 280. Okay, ACAD, this is the type I like. It's just underneath the whole number. The alert happened at 2911. Oh, look at, oh, so this is way up. Okay, so this is like a big pullback play or a big fade. So Acadia had news obviously after hours yesterday. Wow, Juniper would have been a good one. Just a little too early for me to take it, but the alert at 2987, 2929 now, and broke through that 2947. The next low, if you took that one, the next low looking left is 2899. So basically 29. So if you took that short from my either the option scanner or the 10-day daily breakdown, just be aware that 29 could be a support area. I think Wells Fargo is starting to drift down, guys. Yes, Wells Fargo, WFC earnings play. Remember AAOI yesterday, which is ripping higher, basically almost all day. And now we're having a little bit of weakness now for AAOI. Yeah, all-time high again for AEHR earnings play. Spread 68.90, not terrible for a $48 stock. Okay, QBTS trying to come back into that 280 area. Okay, another halt. Now this probably halted on the way down, right? PRFX halted on the way down. Or resumed, I'm sorry, it resumed. Okay, guys, Juniper, another new low, guys, another new low. I mean, if it takes out 26, actually 29, I should check to see where the next low is. Yeah, we've got so 28.99 and 28.91, a couple of lows on the daily chart. On the weekly chart, the next low would be down around 28.30-ish. I don't see any news on Juniper. It's not an earnings play. They do release on the 27th, so a couple of weeks from now. Tried to get a short on NRIX. I didn't get it. NRIX is, again, it's an earnings play. It has a little bit of room down at 950 level. I'm trying to get it at 980. Couldn't get it. Lots of shorts available, 1.4 million, but that wasn't the issue. It just kept moving down. Bit of a spread issue, 971, 977. Wow, I just mentioned it's probably dropped a dollar. Yeah, Wells Fargo wouldn't surprise me. It went negative. WFC earnings play. What kind of a headset do I have? AirPods. They're most comfortable. You're talking about how I listen to sound alerts and music and all? Yeah, no. Listen, I've had probably 30 variations of headsets over the 7 years. I've been 8 years, 7 or 8 years. I've been doing this, and I kept going back to the AirPods. Yeah, they're super comfortable. You have to have them in, for seven hours a day, like I do. And it's the third generation, not the. You still like the ones with the little like the stems, okay? I just find them more comfortable than the ones that plug into your ear. Apple, yeah, apples. Whoa, look at Riot. Look at Riot now, guys, taking a bit of a header here. Look at the NRX. Yeah, Wells Fargo. I mean, this is going negative, guys. This is going negative. I mean, this is, well, I shouldn't say that. Looks like it's going negative. This is after being up to 40, almost $46 pre-market. Now down to 44. I mean, that's a big move with 3 billion in the float. So we're having a big, all these ones that, not all of them, but a lot of the ones that surged at the beginning are just really fading now. The ones that I'm seeing anyway. So there's been some short covering at Interactive Brokers now. There are 14,000 shares available. So there's been some short covering at Interactive Brokers. And I can tell because when I looked last, there were no shares available. Now there are now there a couple thousand just got snapped up. So guys, I mean, I'm just, after I did very well on the fiber trade. I'm disappointed it didn't take out 14 in a big way. It's actually bounced. So just kind of sitting on my hands right now, we're getting, because what's happening, we're getting stocks, big pop-ups and then drops. So a little tricky right now. Now the VWAP for Beyond Meat, 1860, so it's below the VWAP. So when you look at the QBTS now, I'm saying it's not going to happen, but pretty two big topping tails. Just give me a moment. Just slow load here. Why won't QBTS load? There it is. So anyway, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Look at these big topping tails. And the first one got right to 280. So when you look at a 15-minute chart, you see this big topping tail. So again, what does it mean? It means that, at one point the price was right up here, but then the sellers knocked it down, closed down here at 263. Buyers tried again, didn't quite get up to the 280, and then the sellers have knocked it down to 250. So, you get enough of these, and it's like I say, every single day, it's always a battle between the longs and the shorts. It's always a battle all day long. Doesn't matter what stock you're looking at. Some are more dramatic than others, but it really doesn't matter what stock you're looking at. So if you were a buyer of this, eventually you're going to think, oh man, I mean, I keep butting myself up against a wall, hitting my head against a wall, because the sellers keep knocking it down. Now, at some point, the sellers might give up also and cede control back to the buyers. But right now, though, you could also argue there's some bottoming tails here too. But I just think that 280 level that I talked about, it's got to crack that. And if it does, I mean, it has a lot of potential. Stevie Romano in our YouTube room talking about Amazon, AMZN. They had, I guess, their Amazon Prime Day. I guess it was a big, huge success. Next high looking left is 136. So it'll be a very interesting earnings report on the 27th for Amazon, because I mean, it got all hammered down. And yes, I was going to take this over 100 and hold it forever. Swim if you dare. I don't see swim on any one of my scans, I don't think. Probably because the volume is a little bit light for my scans. Just for my scans. Yeah, Stevie, I looked at, when Amazon was under 100, I just said, this can't be under 100 forever. It's impossible. Nothing's impossible, but I just couldn't see it being under 100 forever. And so I was bound and determined to take it over 100. And I did a couple of times, but traded out, and then I just forgot about it. Stupid. All right, so Perigo. Oh, that's right. They came up with an over-the-counter birth control pill, I guess. Okay, so it looked good, but I mean, look at the sell-off, and it's popped up a bit, but it looks like it's trying to sell off again. That is the PRGO. RDHL. Wow, look at RDHL on the run here. Probably coming into some pretty tough resistance though at around two. Famous last words. If it just piles through two, very low float, 2 million in the float. I mean, if it piles through two, I mean, or yeah, if it gets through in a big way, 236. Sort of the next high is looking left on the daily. See if there's any news in this one. Don't see any news. Is there a way to run two different layouts at the same time? Yes. So now your question is how, right? Two box. This is in our YouTube room. Now it's a little tricky. Okay, it is a little tricky, and I almost hate telling you how to do it because it involves pinning. But so here's my layout here. How many layouts do you have? And are any of them in the channel bar that you want to see? For instance, okay, I just want to show you. So if I click on new and then dock channel bar, and all these are channels, okay, theme-based channels. Notice I've got my layout here. And when I click on, say, swing picks, okay, my layout remains. That's because everything's, in the dock channel bar. Now, let me think about this. Big dock, right? Yeah. So I guess the idea is that so the idea is if you create docks, okay, if you create one big dock channel, like one big dock layout, then you can have your dock layouts open. Now, I don't know if you really want to do that. I think you'd rather do that than tell you how to pin, because if you pin things, what can happen is you might forget and you might reload things over and over and over again, and you won't realize you've done that. And all of a sudden, this is what used to happen. If I back out this option plays underneath, what would happen is your system can really slow down and you wouldn't know why. And it's because you've got the same pin, you've got the same scan underneath many, many times, not realizing when you've pinned it. Okay. Now, that's what happens to a lot of people. They don't realize it's pinned. But I guess if you create a dock of your layout, then you can have as many dock layouts as you, yeah, there you go, toolbox. So if you go to the docking, anything in a dock, you can load different things, and if you've got it in a dock, it's okay. Anything from the dock channel, of course, but this is not in a dock. But if I created this. This is just a layout. It happens to be I mean, you can put it, but what I'm trying to say is that this is a docked layout, and notice nothing disappears. So if you just put your layout as a dock, then you can have as many of them open as you want, really. Now I'll show you. If you don't know, have you ever docked anything before? What? Just let me see what. I'm sorry, Cam. PRFX just opened. So have you ever created a dock before? Toolbox. Okay, so okay, I'll just do it really quickly just to show you, but you should also go to the guide because you'll probably forget. So again, just to show you, so if you click, I put my homepage link in there. So if you scroll down a bit until you see the education section, expand this just a little bit, click here, education section, and then click on the user guide, and then it'll be something that docking will have its own. There we go, docking. Okay, so I will show you, but here's your reference right here, docking in the user guide. Okay. So you click on new docked window. So what you're trying to do is create a dock window. Okay, give it a name. I'll call it 2box. I'm not giving you this, okay? I'm just going to show you. But in fact, what I do is I always start off all my dock windows start off, I put dock in to start. The reason being is that I can do a search then and I can just type in dock and I'll see all my dock windows. That's what I like to do. You don't have to, but so say, okay, now if I want to put now, all you do now is you just assemble all the charts, everything that you want to put into your dock window. Your scans. So here's a scan. So all you do is you right click and duplicate into dock 2box. Okay. So there it is. The option plays, right click, duplicate into dock 2box. So here it is. There are tabs now, okay? And typically what you want to do, I mean, you can leave them as tabs, so you just toggle, but most people would want to do this. Now here's you can create your layout the way you want it. So you just grab left click on the header, okay? And then you'll see this appear and this little icon will appear. And now here's where you can put it to the right, underneath, on top, or to the left. So I'll put it to the right, okay? So remember it was a tab, now it's to the right. And then you just keep doing that for as many things that you want in your dock. Okay. And then it's up to you to arrange it. If I don't like it there, I can put it underneath. So if you have a number of them, it's up to you to arrange it. But now you have a dock and now you can have your dock layouts, two of them at the same time. Okay. And don't forget to save it. Right click and save or share to the cloud. Okay. Don't forget to save it. And again, you can always refer to the guide. And this is what I'm talking about, okay? File, load from cloud. I do a search on dock, D-O-C-K. Here is everything that I've ever created as a dock, okay? So I can bring any of them back and my layout still appears. Okay? Now I wouldn't go crazy. The fact that you can have as many layouts and in theory open at the same time, I wouldn't go crazy. Wow, look at PRFX right now, guys. Wow. Because it could slow down your system, okay? The docking is not meant, oh, okay, now I can have, 20 layouts open at the same time. Please don't do that. I know you're only talking two, but don't get, I'm just talking in general now for people, don't get carried away because it could really slow down your system. Well, Finger is an earnings play, guys. FNGR is an earnings play. And guess what? Moving down. Well, I'm missing out on the short of this AAOI. So Redfin has had a great 5 days, 1170 to 1750 approximately. All right, PRFX. I have to see if I can find an entry. The VLAP's not going to help me. 200 days is not going to help me. As I said, this all traders are looking at right now. 3 days ago, it hit 26, 27. And they're thinking, wow, well, what if it, got to 15 even? Okay. I mean, I don't think anybody expects us to get back up there. So remember we're seeing a lot of these ones that were just flying in the pre-market. Look at plug. Well, look at that QBTS now, guys. So yeah, I mean that's why I wait. It didn't take out 280 and it just absolutely tanked from there. I mean, that's why, I hear me say all the time, look left, look left, look left. Check to see where the next high is on a daily. If you can't see it on the daily, check it on the weekly. Oh man, AAOI now underneath that big important 10. Psychological number. Whole numbers tough to break. Sometimes very tough to break, but some of them tougher than others. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, etc. 50, 100. Numbers like that. Just psychological. And we have another halt here. BDRX got halted on the way up or the way down? On the way up. Big halt on the way up, guys. BDRX halted on the way up. Now, again, what are traders looking at? Almost hit 10 3 days ago. Projected open 620. Wow, this is changing, of course. And again, this is a changing number. Of course, this is not set in stone. This is time and sales for interactive brokers. This blue screen you see. There's the halt price 615 in red, and they're this number will change until it actually opens in more than likely 5 minutes. So if you're in this one, you want to see a number that's greater than 615. What you don't want to see, like 550 or something, which means it could have a real terrible open. Is there a way to set your custom channel to pick up the pre-market? Boy, there's a lot happening, guys, and we're just on the cusp of earnings season. Is there a way to set your custom channel to pick up the pre? Well, there is a pre-market channel. There is doc channel bar, so there is a pre-market channel if you want to look at that. I know it's here somewhere. There you are, pre-market. So there is a pre-market channel that you could use if you wanted. I'm just not able to get it to where I want it. PRFX. I mean, I guess I could chase it. Well, it depends what you're trying to do in the pre-market. I mean, there are a lot of filters won't work in the pre-market. Okay, like you're using a relative volume filter in the pre-market, it won't work. But I mean, here I've got this. This is what I've been using in the pre-market forever. I've been using this in the pre-market forever. It works great for me. I can give you this if you want. So just let me know. Okay. And of course, you can always tweak it. Good. My goodness. What time is it? Not quite time to close. What are you doing here? And everything's working in the main room again. So that's good. Juniper just keeps that. Okay, big level right now, 29. that is in theory, where it could hold. And the reason why none of your scans are probably working in the pre-market is because you have the relative volume filter. And if you have the relative volume filter, it won't work in the pre-market. So you know what? Fiber's getting interesting again, perhaps. FYBR. That was a nice short that I had early. It's approaching 14 again. Now, did my prediction come true? The answer is yes. Look at Wells Fargo now. Wells Fargo is actually now just slightly negative. So the low of the day was 43.52. The low yesterday was 43.28. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room still to keep running down, but what a sell-off. Well, I mean, you tell me. I mean, I don't know, Heather. The thing is, I mean, it was up way up here, looked very positive on earnings, but it's actually gone. Well, it's not quite negative. It's up a penny from yesterday's close, but I mean, it's been just a big sell-off. I wouldn't be going. I probably wouldn't be going long, but not unless I. I mean, there could be some support down here, 43.40, I suppose. But I mean, it's just sold off ever since the market opened. Market is moving down also, so you've got that. I didn't look at well, I mean, I can't tell you. I didn't look at the actual report, but I mean, when you look at it, I mean, obviously the initial reaction to its earnings was very positive. To whatever they said looked very positive. But there's obviously a sell-off right now. I mean, not a major sell-off, but I mean, because it's basically where it closed yesterday, but certainly a sell-off from the highs in the pre-market. Now, Citigroup was down. So, I mean, here's a headline, Wells Fargo rises after Q2 results, and Citigroup and SCT dropped. So, I mean, I have no explanation about why the big sell-off, because, it says here, EPS of 125 beating analyst consensus of 116. So, that's good. I don't know what NII is, rises 29%. But you read through all this. I don't read anything. I just look at a headline and that's it. Exactly. You can look at a report and say, well, that's got to work. And then, the market opens and yes, it worked. But why the sell-off? I don't know. Fiber guys, FYBR, excuse me, testing that 14 level again. What do you mean suspended? It's halted again. Just don't see it here, but it's halted again. Webbull says I'm sorry, Webull says it is suspended. Don't see that at IB. It's just a normal halt, 693. Bid ask is, so it doesn't say that anything different. How do they normally designate something that is halted? Hey guys, WFC is really starting to give it up. I mean, the spy's moving down. How is C doing? Because C was negative to begin. C meaning city group, and it is really moving down. But that was actually I'm wrong. I guess I'm wrong. I mean, because this actually popped up on earnings also. So both of them, WFC and C's way more dramatic. It went negative earlier than WFC, but all right, guys, what time is it? 10:42. So time to talk about my homepage. That's a good question, Heather. So the question is, and I have a very emphatic answer. So the question is, so if a trade doesn't go your way, do I normally sell for a loss to close out and move on, or wait it out and tie up money? I am a new trader and still learning. Every trade I get into, I have a price that I'm going to get out if I feel it's not working. That's called a stop. Okay. So when I get into a trade, before I take any position at all, I determine, okay, if I take this trade right here, where am I going to get out if I don't feel it's working? Where do I think there might be a support level on the chart, maybe a 15-minute chart, an area where there's maybe a lot of activity, a lot of action for quite a while, and that level seems to be a support. So if it broke down through there, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, that's so because obviously not every trade is going to work. So I always have a stop. There always have a price that I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. Now the trick is if you're new, just one moment, please. Sorry about that. So the problem with you're a new trader is where are you going to put your stop? Because my idea of putting a stop is not necessarily yours or anybody else's. I size up a chart. I look maybe on a if I were in this trade right here, C, okay, and I was up here and I was looking at this chart, I might say, okay, maybe 48.29 is a level that it might not break down. So that what we would call support. But if it broke down through there, I want to be out of the trade, as an example. Okay, I'm just using this because I've got C on my screen right now. Now, if I were starting out, I would probably maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle as a stop, just to test it and try, and test it out in the simulator. The reason for that is that that's a defined number. You don't have to guess about, well, is this really support? Is this resistance, etc. So to answer your question, I if the trade doesn't work because and I'll know it's not working because it's gone through my or to my stop. I get out of the trade and move on. I never. There's no such thing as waiting it out for me. Okay, I'll take my lumps and move on. Ah, the agony of missing out on the fiber short. I was talking about that breakdown through 14. So, oh well, lots of stuff happening. So just I'm not going to agonize about it. I guess there's just so much happening right now. Boy, wasn't the Redfin moving higher? Boy, this is a tough day right now. What's happening is that the market is moving down and it's dragging a lot of these ones that were flying high at the beginning with it. So I was going to go over my home page. That's right. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, so this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. Okay. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. Now, if you did want to take out an annual subscription, I can give you a better code for 25% off. You just have to let me know, okay? Because I have to set it up sort of more or less manually. But if you want to take out a monthly subscription right now, 15% off, okay, for the first month only. If you do take out a subscription, absolutely do they get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Starts off with your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, etc. Okay. Oh, Juniper, my goodness, Juniper is just, where is it going? I mean, I think underneath, I think I look at Plug also. Plug is actually an AI play, not bad, from RAI. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So, and it's free. Stock of the day video, I do that. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. Gosh, I'm just looking at Nicole and all these things are sinking after being really, really moving more high in the pre-market. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. Groupon, I think, was the trade of the week this week. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. What's Groupon doing? Probably moving down with the market. Yeah. So I think, well, you could have made money on it. Okay. Because on Monday, I know it, I think the trigger was what, 650 or so. What did it get up to? About 7. The whole idea was this was a high short flow percent. Okay. Education, big education section is here. There's a user guide. I showed the user guide to somebody in our YouTube room, but there's a user guide. Again, getting started is right here. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. Okay. You want to know more about stock racing? Please click on this link, some videos and some clickable links that show you how you can get started. Here's the getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday. So, yeah, today's Friday. And so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the room, main room, so you can head over and listen to before I take my break, so you can head over and listen to Andy. Okay. And last, my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. So if you have clicked on my homepage link and you're saying, well, I can't see your scans, okay, remember, you'll be up here to scroll down and you'll see the scan section. So you're my breakouts and breakdowns, my option scanners, option plays, and they don't repeat version. Um, I would actually maybe take a look at the earnings plays up and down. Okay. It looks like this right now. Next week, we'll have a lot more earnings plays, but this is what it looks like. Okay. And it's a compare count of earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. Anything in red means it's making a new low for the day. And there's a WFC, there's the C, and once we're into earnings season, this will be like a typical scroll. You'll just see tickers scrolling past all day long, and that's this one right here called the excuse me, one right here, earnings plays up versus down. Okay. Now, if you've heard me say this, now this is a free room. Let's keep it that way. If you want to take out a subscription, please use my link. Okay. It helps the room because the company looks at that and goes, okay, the room is paying for itself. It's a good marketing tool, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, please click on my homepage and then use that promo code, the Barry 15. Give me a moment. How did IB how did IB mess you up? And Mamba, how did IB mess you up on the BDRX? Oh, well, I don't know if that's screwing you up so much as that's just the way it is, right? Got a margin call. Yeah, good stuff. Mr. Khan, I'm going to have to call you Mr. Khan. I'm not sure how to pronounce you. Is it Moazan? Mozan? But good. Glad you made money on that one. All right, guys, things have settled down a little bit. Just kind of watching the Juniper right now to see if it really holds underneath 29. I don't see any news on this one. I just don't see that they've released maybe a pre-release of earnings or preliminary. I guess we call it a preliminary. I don't see any news on Juniper. But this was straight down from the moment the market opened. It was already down a little bit in the pre-market, and straight down from the market open. Well, congrats those of you who didn't lose sight of the fiber underneath 14. So the other thing to do, Heather, I don't know if you have trade ideas, but if you do, all you need is our standard service, and you can practice trading using our simulator. Let's just do one, okay? Let's take a look at Juniper as a short, just for fun, okay? So I'm going to click on the symbol. The symbol shows up. Now, first of all, this is only available if you, just in general now for everybody, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, the simulator is not available, okay? Just to let you know. So what you do is you click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This window will show up. More than likely, this is what you're going to see. All depends on the version of trade ideas you have, but it'll say not connected. And you just click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus. There's a live and a sim for simulation, paper trading. Click on Sim. Now, most of the later versions, it is automatically will change the simulator. If it just says account, click on it, and this little box will pop up, simulated trading default. Okay. Now you're in the simulator. You're in the simulator. So let's take a short of just want to show you how you can do something. Whoops. Quantity. Let's do 100 shares short of Juniper, sell, send. So in the short of Juniper right now, okay? Now, as always, we put it, again, I'm just demonstrating how you do this, okay? But of course, if I were really going to short this one, I'd have a stop in place. I would know where my stop was. That would tell me how many shares I would take, okay? Because when you trade, look at the fiber. So again, how I trade, and I really think it's important. I mean, I don't really teach trading, but the one thing I will preach is always having a stop. Know if it's not working, where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? Okay, look at the fiber, son of a fill in the blanks, guys. Let me take another trade. I want to show you. We might as well do a little bit of money management here. I haven't done it all week, so we'll do a little bit of money management. I'm going to take. Let's take the UTME just because it's cheap. Okay, I'm going to take 500 shares. The bid ask is fine. Buy, send. Okay, now I'm going to put a stop in. Now remember, I would have known this ahead of time. So my entry was 258. I'm going to put the stop at 238. I'm just trying to make the math super simple. And you'll see there'll be a red line on the chart that'll say approximately minus 100. It says minus 97.50. Okay. So why did that happen? Okay. So again, when I take a trade, it's a mental checklist now. Okay. But if you're starting out, I would have a checklist, and you should check every single box before you take the trade. Now, don't go crazy. Don't have 50 things that have to happen before you take a trade. Of course, then you'll never take a trade. But some of the things that for my checklist, it's got to be in a certain price range I like, a minimum volume that I like, maybe a relative volume that I like. It doesn't really matter what I do or what my checklist is. You have to develop your own style of trading. But when I click on an alert, most of the things are satisfied. Now the next thing I'm doing, looking left, where could it keep going if I want to go long the stock? Where could it keep going before it hits the next high on the daily or the weekly chart? Or if I'm going short, where's the next low? Okay, so I'm sizing all that up. So because when I take a trade, I'm going to say, okay, if I took this trade at 255, again, I put the stop purposely 20 cents away, and I'll explain why. But and it's not necessarily that bad a stop, because I'm looking here in the 15-minute chart, a couple of lows right there. So I could have said, you know what, that's a reasonable place to put a stop. And if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. And if I do, I'm out $100. Okay. So I know there's a lot to take in on all this, but I mean, the very important that you can't, go into every trade thinking, well, it's got to work, it's got to work, it's got to work. People are talking about it, had great news, great earnings release, whatever. Okay. Sometimes, you'll scratch your head wondering, why didn't it work? Well, it didn't work. You got to get out. As somebody said, don't be a bag holder. You hear that expression. So let's say all that. Now, the next aspect, though, is, well, how many shares are you going to take? So how many shares I take per trade is dictated between the difference between the entry and my stop. And I risk about the same amount every single trade. Risking meaning, you'll see here, my risk is $100 on this trade. So I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Okay. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100. That's why I took 500 shares, because if I take my entry was 258, my stop is 238, 20 cents away. I did that on purpose. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. Okay. So what you can do is set up an Excel spreadsheet, and with your risk amount, your constant risk amount, and then you would just input your entry and your stop. It'll subtract it, divide it into your risk amount, and that'll automatically tell you how many shares you can take. Okay. Now, if it's a super, super fast moving stock, I get it. It's going to be a little more difficult, but that's in general. So again, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It's going to be dictated by the difference between my entry and my stop. So if in this case, if my stop had been 10 cents away, I would have taken 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares times, if I lose 10 cents on the trade, 1,000 times 10 is $100. Okay. And I'll get to your question, Mozam. I'll tell you what, here, I don't share a layout exactly, but if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, if you scroll down, click on my homepage link, scroll down till you see my scans, and then those are the ones that I'm sharing. You can kind of pick and choose. This one is, the one you see here is in it. The dock momentum up and down, the halts or zooms, and the single stock window. They are all there. There are some other scans that I'm sharing though. So having said all that, then the next thing, so practice in the simulator, okay? Different, you'll have to develop your own trading style. I mean, I'm somebody who likes to see stocks near the highs or lows of the day, but that's not necessarily what everybody else wants. Some people love to play pullbacks to a VWAP or a certain moving average. You have to develop your own style. What feels right for you? And believe me, it's not like when I started trading, I knew that's the type of trader I am today. I had no idea that's what it was going to be. So that's why you've got to practice. So using our simulator, if you can't make money in the simulator, don't try to trade real money. Now, making money in the simulator, unfortunately, does not necessarily mean that you're going to be able to make money once you start trading live, because all of a sudden, it becomes super emotional. When you're in the simulator, you get out of a trade. Oh, well, I lost some money. Big deal. No, it's not a big deal. It's only play money. But all of a sudden, when you start trading real money, emotions and discipline can kind of, everything you learned in the simulator, it's not that you forget it, but you don't want to believe it almost. And this is what I mean. You get into a trade and you're so excited about the trade because it looks like it's got to work The room is talking about it. It's got great news. News is not one reason why I take a trade, but it's sort of a bonus. And then it starts to drift down to your stop price. And that's when the second guessing game comes in. You start to say to yourself, you know what? I don't think that stop price is right because this has got to come back. It's got to come back. Give me a moment, please. So you start convincing yourself that the stock will come back, even though now it's gone down through your manageable risk of I'll use $100, and you're in somebody else's case it could be $50. It's really dictated on how much you have in your account. Like you don't want to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. So, but you start disobeying your stop. So that $100 turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally give up, kicking yourself. You sell it for a far bigger loss than you should have, just because you didn't obey your stop. And the next thing, of course, everybody's heard this, almost as bad is not obeying your stop, being down $500, $600, and then it does turn around, come back for you, and now you're up $300, $400, and you're so happy you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But my experience, trading for a few years now, money management is absolutely critical if you want to, if you're trying to make this, your job, very critical. But even if it's just sort of, I hate to call it a hobby, but maybe you're just looking for, a little bit of money on the side. Goods has a job, likes to come in here, maybe make a little money on the side. Okay. But, having a stop is so key. With commissions so cheap, in the olden days, when, you could be paying $300, $400, $500 to buy a stock commission wise, and the same getting out. I mean, I'm not kidding. Very tough sometimes, the commissions would just chew you up if you're getting in and out of stocks. So, but now commissions are so cheap that it's not an excuse to hold on to a trade that's not working. The other thing is that when you get into a trade and it doesn't work for you, it may work later on. Maybe it sets up the same way later on. And, for whatever reason, maybe it was just a little bit early. Maybe it was a little more in tune with what the overall market was doing. So maybe the market was starting to work against you. All sorts of reasons, okay? Some big guy came in and decided, I don't want it anymore. And, just wrecked the trade for a while. So please practice trading, though. Practice trading, okay? Now, if you want to practice swing trading, you can do that also in this simulator. If I don't get out of a trade, look at this. What a fabulous 14 break, guys. Congratulations, those who took it. But I won't let it affect me too much. Wow, all-time low. That's why I love these all-time lowers, guys. Why? There's nothing to hold it up. There's no chart support. So you don't, all sorts of other reasons why it won't keep going down. Finally, eventually, if you're short, there'll be some short covering. But there were one of the nice things too, what got me very interested at the very beginning, 2.6 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. So I would think that most brokerages will have a lot of shorts available. Why is that important? Because, if I'm going to, if I know other people can short, it'll just keep driving the price. It can keep driving the price down. Now, it doesn't mean if there are no shorts available, I won't take a short, but it certainly can't hurt, okay, if this is shortable in many, many brokerage packages or platforms. We're talking about kicking a stock when it's down. This THRX, not a well, it's a lifetime low also. Uh, Horrible news. It's a bio and falls on ending stomach. Sorry, ending the study on stomach cancer drug. Okay, and that appears to be one of the only things they do. If William were here, he might analyze this a little bit better than I can. But anyway, imagine I was saying to the guys, trade ideas, other traders there. Imagine just holding this one, sleepy stock for a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, a month, and you wake up to this. This happened after hours. I mean, and there was no way to get out. I mean, it's not like, oh, well, it's dropping. I guess I'll get out at 9. No, this was like drop, boom, from 10 to 287. Did it actually move back up? I don't see. I don't have a thumbnail, so I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's dicey. I mean, look, one of the hardest things, Heather, and anybody else who is new, one of the hardest things to do is to try to play a bounce. Trying to figure out where a stock might bounce from, or play a top. Where is the stock maybe topping out and then shorting it. Even if you're, an experienced trader, it is probably the hardest for me anyway. It's the hardest thing trying to figure out. Well, where could it? Is this the bounce now? Is it going to go higher? Are we going to stall here and move down? Very, very difficult to do. If I were new to trading, I wouldn't even look. I wouldn't even try to analyze things like this. Because there's nothing. There's no VWAP to suggest. No, I mean, there is an argument to be made that maybe a stock like a reversion to the VWAP is possible, which is 1423. But again, I would just, if I were new to trading, I would just shy away completely from this. The problem is that when we see some of these bounces, you look at them and go, oh man, why didn't I take that one? It went from 1371 right back up to 16. I'm just using this as an example. And it always, in retrospect, it looks, I don't want to say easy, but it just looks, why didn't I take that one? Well, I'll do the next one. Except the next one doesn't do that, and it continues down, and you get stubborn and you hold on. It's just very difficult. That's all I can say. It's just very, very difficult. As opposed to, let's just take a look at, something here, for instance. I'm just trying to find a stock that was strong, and it's dropping, and so now trying to play a bounce on a strong stock that is moving down. Now you can start to look at things like the VWAP. I mean, is it coming into the VWAP? Because the VWAP is an area that is widely looked at, followed, and a lot of times you'll see a stock moving into that VWAP number and bouncing off it. So not all the time, of course. If it was all the time, we'd all be gazillionaires. But it's an important level to follow, and also the 200-day moving average. Those two, only two Only two indicators that I really look at. Last morning, 11:15. So if I want to get out of a trade, if I have what I was going to say also is that if I want to practice swing trading, you can. So if I don't get out of the set me trade, for instance, at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. It'll carry over to Monday. And I think there might be a limit, but you can practice swing trading. Okay. And these are some hotkeys you can use. So if I want to get out of, say, the juniper right now, I just flatten it. Okay, so if I had a series of trades I was in, highlight the one I want to get out of, I flatten it. Or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. So get out of that trade. So there it is. There's a $32 loss in the simulator, of course. But how often does the SEC halt come into play? Often? It depends on the day. I mean, some days it goes crazy. All depends on the day. There's no I don't have a number. Some days, there are hardly any halts. It just depends on the stock, of course. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Well, I think because he's talking though, for instance, here in the halt resumes, we've had a few today, right? We've had some days where it's just been loaded, especially if you get some of these crazy SPACs. Okay, so it really depends on the day. Some of these SPACs that just go crazy and jump $10 in a minute. But some days it I can't remember a day where we had no halts, but it might only get one or two halts for the whole day. And remember, it's just a computer program. It's just a program that is looking at the volatility of the stock, how fast did it go up in a period of time. I mean, it's a little bit more to it than that, but and then so a program kicks in and it automatically halts it, usually for 5 minutes. Well, it's just Tony. It's just a program, okay? I mean, when you say unfair, I mean I don't. I mean, if you're in the first halt, usually it's pretty good. If you're in a stock that in the first halt of the day, usually it's okay. Okay, meaning that it's not going to tank on you when it starts to trade again. Usually. Second halt can be, not bad. Usually, though, the third halt is sort of okay. Now there's going to be a lot of profit taking. This is what we've experienced over, a few years now. Here's this China Jet, also China Jet or Chai Jet. Well, I was looking to short Juniper for real, guys, but boy, that had a bounce. That had the bounce. JNPR had a big bounce. Now, I could have looked at this. Let's see, where did it get down to? Now, the other thing, to try to, maybe to find bounces and all is to look left and say, well, where is that next low looking left? I couldn't see it. Where is it on the weekly chart? Yeah, still pretty difficult. Okay, Funko, FNKO, that showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Let's see what it's doing. 10 Funko. So this is not a lifetime low. They don't all have to be lifetime lows, of course, but when it's a lifetime low and there's news, usually, it takes a bit for people to step in and try to and buy it. Now, I look here, looks like 713 could be a support area. But my problem is pretty extended now, so I don't want to take the trade. I didn't see it. I didn't see the news this morning. Now I see it. The CEO, hi, by the way, hi, Real. So yeah, the CEO stepping down months after he was reappointed. Yeah, didn't see the news. You know why? Because it wasn't down enough. It was down like 8 cents or something. And so there were so many other ones that were down a lot more. So I did not see the Funko news at all. Saw it. Where did it first appear? Yeah, it doesn't trade. Yeah, option volume. Yeah, so I wouldn't have seen it to 761 in my option scanner, which is too late. And on the breakdown, 761, both of them, because certain filters weren't met by that time. But yeah, what Real is saying is that when you see news, where a CEO is basically turfed and, there's not usually a succession plan in place. It's just like either fired, just boom, gone, steps down, resigns abruptly, things like that. You gotta pay a super attention. I just didn't see it. Had I known that, I definitely would have paid way more attention to Funko. Grr. Let's take a look at Grr. Another strange one, you know, with that super positive news, it seemed. Not a big float either. 36 million in the float. I mean, it's not a big float, but a $270 million contract announced on July 7th with the Egyptian government over 3 years. I mean, that is a big contract if it's true. We'll have to believe it, I guess. But you know, a couple of days, yes, but you know, since then it's just given it up. And on with that float, you would think that it would have more sustainability to these higher prices, but that is what trading is all about. BKKT. I know Shady was talking about it. BKKT. Well, again, for me, the next high looking left is 226. If it takes that out, then the next high is 287. That's good. So it takes out that 226, becomes a something for me anyway to really look at. And you can see that red line. That red line on the charts, when you click on an alert, you'll see a red line many times. That tells you where the next high is. And usually it's the next high in the daily. And the float, 69 million in the float, so it's not low, not crazy high. %98 calls in BKKT. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this certainly big option jump. It's traded almost 15,000 contracts a day, which is 6.7 times normal. It appeared first on the option scanner at 9:45. Price was 207. This is a bit more manageable a number today of stocks that have shown up. Yesterday, this was, you know, incredibly full. So again, don't repeat. Tells me the first time the alert happened. So again, this is why I was saying BKKT, the first time the alert happened was at 9:45, all times Eastern. 207 was the price. So you can go back. This is the repeating version. So every time BKKT would make a new high, you will see it. There we go. I think you have to click on a symbol. Number one, you can't type it in. But I don't think there's nothing I'm doing that's so if I don't know if you see it every single time. It depends. Yeah, so I'm not seeing it on Opera. Hey, it is Andy. Andy just told me it is him today. It's not an, and I don't ask me. I don't know why it's not on every chart. I don't know why. There's got to be a reason, but I don't know it. Okay. Okay. BKKT now. Where's the VWAP? 210. Okay, so this is a crypto play. What is Bitcoin doing right now? So Bitcoin has moved a little higher. Last time I looked, it was down about 500. So, and BITO, go look at BITO. Yeah, so BITO, I mean, it's still negative for the day, but it is, at least it's the trend is up. Well, this is inching its way up penny by penny over that 228 level, but not really exploding off that yet. I'm talking about the BKKT. QSI. Now QSI, I saw this. We saw this one yesterday. Yeah, it had a big move yesterday, but now it's actually gone negative. Yeah, I don't think there's enough room for me. 238 is, I mean, it's not bad. 255. If you shorted it here and I got down here, great. But I always think that people will start covering before that low. Meanwhile, Opera just made another new low. And this is a financing, $300 million financing they've done. So that just knocked the stuffing. Look at this, $28 yesterday. Imagine if you're holding this and right, all-time high. And then they do a spring of financing. Now, at least, you had, I don't know when they actually announced it. I thought probably in the pre-market. Yeah, so you had time to get out. I'm just looking. I see it at least at 7:13 this morning. So you had time to get out while I was doing all this. I know I would have. No, I wouldn't have predicted it was going to drop $8, but nonetheless. All right, guys. So yeah, I'll be taking my break in about 25 minutes, and he will be in our YouTube room. He confirmed that, so he'll be in our YouTube room at about noon. He'll take over the YouTube stream from 12 to 1 while I take my break. Boy, Juniper had a big bounce. Yeah, wrong person to ask, Heather. I am not a swing trader at all. There might be other people that, I mean, dividends, obviously, companies usually issue dividends to make you so that if you're in a stock that, now, listen, I am not an expert, okay? But the way I look at dividends is that usually these are stocks that are not necessarily moving that much. So, you're not going to get great capital gains. So they sort of entice you to hold the stock by having dividends. That's kind of the general way I think of it, but I'm not a dividend player at all. That is definitely more like a guy like William or others in the room who are that have more swing positions, things like that. They may have a better answer. There we go, guys. Things have slowed down just a little bit now. So the BKKT is not really broken out. I'm still waiting for a big break over that 228. Kind of watching the finger here, guys. FNGR, it's got some room. Yeah, tough spread right now. All of a sudden, the spread widened out. Ericsson is also an earnings play. I don't usually look at Ericsson because it has so much in the float, 5.9 billion in the float. Takes a bunch to move it. I mean, this is a big look at that reaction to earnings though. Yesterday, I mean, people may have been thinking, the few days ahead of earnings, maybe it'll be good over the 200-day moving average. Earnings come out, bam. Check out Freak with frequency. Just not the sort of stuff I trade, but yeah, I can kind of see, boy, if it could ever, what did it do in the pre-market? Got up to 128, pulled all the way back down to 40, 50 cents. Man, those are tough. But high right here is 95 cents. I'll stick an alert here. Who knows? Maybe later on in the day or next week. Yes. Okay. It did. Okay. Let's see if it has any legs now from there. There's your next high looking left. Not saying it's getting there, but 288. Certainly it's far enough away. Okay, guys. So yeah, so this I'm in it and just want to, see where it can go. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 280, but 287, but that is the next high. All right, come on, get moving. What's the float again? 69 million in the float. So it's not low float, not high, but sort of, but it's certainly not, the float is not going to help it to be like that float number is not going to help it to be a rocket ship, but let's just see. I mean, it's had a great week. Of course, it's crypto, everything crypto related. Probably you're going to see a candle that looks like that. Let's take a look at Riot as an example. Even though Riot has had a bit of a pullback today, but I'm sure you're going to see most weekly candles. Look at that. See, big green candles. Mara's going to look the same. Coin's going to look the same. BITO. Okay, little move. Caribou was an. I don't think it's shortable. Oh, it was shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. Doggone it. Did an earning, or sorry, financing. Caribou did a financing. And so through the 200-day moving average, next low looking left. I can't do it now, but man, another one that showed up on the option scanner. What time did it show up? 9:49. The price was 660. There it is. 9:49. Price was 660. Potential short opportunity. 620 now. 619. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Let's take a look at this PRFX to see if it's setting up at all. Well, you know what? It is kind of. I mean, we've got topping tails, but we have some bottoming tails that the VWAP held. 1186 is the VWAP. So the VWAP held a few times. So there's a chance, get some volume coming in. This could have another pop. Just as I'm speaking, I have a bit of a spread issue. The next high looking left is 1423. So, I mean, there's a shot to that level. Okay, guys, we've got something a little bit going here, but you don't wander away. Look at that float, 595,000 in a float. So there's an example. It's a bit of ways from it, but I mean, there's an example where the VWAP is holding it. So why are you saying opera? Opera on a bounce, or oh, yeah? I mean, maybe 20's held it. Maybe. Are you talking about a bounce then? So the question in our YouTube room, when we say the spread is wide or thin, how much spread is considered wide for day trading? Which one is more favorable? Well, in any trading, the tighter the spread, the better. Any trading, I don't care if you're swing trading. I mean, swing trading, it doesn't matter that much because you're trying to, the spread within reason won't shouldn't deter you from taking a swing trade. But if you're day trading, yeah, you want the tighter the spread, the better. Now, let's take a look at, for instance, here's the BKKT. It's a penny spread. It's ideal. I mean, that's the best you can do. Okay, not liking this. But yeah, you'll hear me talk about the spread, especially early on in the day. When stocks first open, especially if they don't have a big float. Like have a fairly low float. You can see some pretty wicked spreads. A dollar 50. I mean, some crazy things, which really keep you out of the trade. But for day trading, which one? I mean, any trading. I mean, the tighter the spread you can get, the better that is. Let's see if I can find one that's a crazy one. Oh, this has been halted for a while, I guess. EDTX. I tried to bring up EDTX, but it's halted, and it's almost like a news halt. When was it halted, guys? Does anybody know? I mean, I'm looking here. Sometimes our halts aren't picked up immediately. I just don't know when it was halted. I see one here at 9:36, the resumption. I see one here, a halt at 9:41. Ah, here we go. This is the bad halt, guys. Dear, just give me a moment. So when you see something halted pending additional information, the EDTX, okay, especially when you see there's no news, basically I think what's happening, the SEC is saying, "Hey, how come all this activity?" And the company will say, "We don't know. We're not doing anything." You know, that's almost what's going to happen. So they've halted this. That's halted at 9:41. Well, Shady, to be fair though, when he was talking about it, it was in the 50 and it popped up as it is highly, highly, highly volatile, of course. Anyway, but what I had this not been halted, we probably would have seen some pretty wicked spreads for EDTX. You know, it could be a dollar, even two sometimes. I mean, the PFRX, it's not ideal, 79.93 right now, but this is a stock, of course, that has the capabilities of moving a lot. So you sometimes, I mean, I wouldn't normally want to see 70, 84, 14-cent spread, but a stock that has, I mean, it's highly risky. You got to understand the risk. I mean, with 500,000 in the float. So it can go up, but it can drop just as suddenly, even more. The problem with these is, where are you going to put your stop? And sometimes you might say, okay, I'm going to put my stop at this level, and you can't get a fill because it just powers right through that level. You might only get, say, you had 500 shares of it. You only get 50 out because it's because of that float. It can just power right through a level very quickly. So you would not be able to get out what you want. This BRFX is so interesting. Just interesting, but scary. 1429 is the next high looking left, and then almost 15. Next high looking left on the 15-minute chart, intradaying it. All right, got it. Wow, 11:54 already. So let me get my announcement in. Oh, it's so nice to have this room back. I'm not going yet. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. He'll be in our YouTube room in about 5 minutes, I guess. Yeah. As I said, I didn't like the way BKKT was trading, so turfed it, took a small loss on it. It just seemed to, not really want to rise from that 230 mark. So as a completely spec play, I am kind of watching that PRFX if it gets over 14. Now the problem is I'll be taking my break. No way I could take this trade and be on a break. So that is an issue. Look, I mean, look at that. You watch the bid ask on this. I mean, You know, popped over 14, looked pretty good. I mean, again, that looked really good. I mean, look at what was that? The bid ask was 1430 something, and then it got right back down to 1407. I mean, so if you're going to do this, I shouldn't even be talking about it because if you're new, don't do it, but don't take very many shares. Any IPOs that I know of? No, I haven't really looked at my IPO calendar for a while, so none that I know of. Somebody else, Cam, if Cam's still in the room, he's usually on top of those things regarding IPOs. Cam or Casa? Oh, look at that PR. I mean, the longer it holds 14, I mean, the better, but it's just a matter of exploding from here. Kind of like that, guys. Okay, I just scalped in and out. Because I got to go. But this could just rip now. It's quick. Look at this now, 14. So if you know, the next level would be the 15 level, okay? 1501 is the next kind of the next high. Actually, 1478. I think it got there. 1470 is where it got to. All right, at least I had a little fun. Okay, now I'm just going to wait for Andy to show up. Is that you, Andy? No. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Just wait for Andy. Oh, wait a minute. I got to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy for his 1 hour. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute now. Not in the YouTube room. I'm still in the YouTube room in terms of being unmuted. Oh no, 10 cents for a I mean a 10 cents coin is what, $100 stock now? That is very tight. Okay. You know, it really depends on the security too when you're looking at spreads.
Testing.
But hi, Andy.
Okay, I just want to make sure. You usually hear me, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear the little pop, so I didn't hear it this time.
Okay.
I'm just going to continue my explanation. Sure. Somebody's asking about the spread for coin. Is that wide? He sees it at 10 cents. No, for $100 stock to have a 10-cent spread, that is, you know, fine. Obviously, if you were into 2-cent stocks and it was a 10-cent spread, 2 to 12, not good. So it really depends on the price, but certainly a 10-cent spread for coin is great. In fact,
yes, that's not bad at all.
Yeah,
how you doing?
Well, I have had actually a pretty good day. I was able to catch a fiber short, FYBR. Really early.
Yeah, let me go ahead and start setting up my setup here, and then I will take a look.
Yeah.
Entire screen. Yeah, I'm sorry, FYBR?
FYBR, yeah.
Nice. Right off the get-go, huh? Or
yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh no, you probably waited for it to break 15, huh? Or something like that.
Yes, in fact, that is yes. I'm trying to remember where I got in. Actually,
or maybe around 1540 or something.
actually, it was later because you see, I waited. It showed up on my
Okay.
10-day daily breakout or breakdown at 1455, but it
Okay, I
had
got
a
it here. Yeah,
bruise.
I see what you're looking at. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
1455, and I got that. Now, I'd love to say I held it all the way down to 1322. Not quite, but nonetheless, it was a nice one. So that's kind of made my day. That was an early trade for me. That kind of made my day. Now I can kind of
Nice.
cruise to the balance of the day. How about you, Andy? What have you been doing?
Man, I've had a great week, but today, I mean, thank God I had AMD, and I've been preaching this thing on the morning. That was such a powerful setup there in that AMD, and of course we had an
Yeah.
explosive move. So I had a decent chunk of that. I still probably
Oh,
holding a
nice. Yeah, I'm
quarter.
just looking at it now. Yeah,
Yeah,
nicely,
yeah,
nicely done.
beautiful daily setup there, and plus, Nvidia had been running, so it was just prime for a run. But I was also in some a few AI stocks that did not do too well today. They got crushed. So uh, anyway,
Yeah, it's just rotational. I mean, right?
it is.
The nonsense. I mean, by the way, well, the SPACs have done some silly things the last 3 or 4 days. These SPACs. Now
Yeah.
the EDTX has actually now been halted for news. Okay, pending additional information. You know what
Oh
that
boy.
means?
Oh
Means the
yeah.
SEC is saying, okay, guys,
Yeah. What's the?
explain to us why
Yeah.
the stock has gone crazy yesterday and today. And of course, they're going to say, I don't know. We haven't done anything. Yeah, that's what they're going to say. What
Of
more can they
course.
say? They're not going to say, "Well, we paid this guy to pump the heck in some room somewhere." They're not going to say that, of course. But yeah, we've seen some crazy action in the SPACs and what I call the pre-SPACs because they're still SPACs. They haven't done the merger yet, and for whatever reason, they're just going crazy. Some group somewhere has decided let's pile into the SPACs this week.
There you go. Yeah.
There
All
you
right.
go.
Well.
All right, my friend, I will
Yeah. Take a
take my
break,
break
Jerry.
now.
Yeah. Take a break, and I can be here for the full hour. So have a
Okay.
good one.
Thanks, Andy.
Uh huh. Hello, everybody. And not seeing a whole lot of people in the chat. So I mean that are dropping. Maybe it's weird. Yeah, I only have a couple of sentences in there. So there's Peter. Yeah, Peter's there. I just want to make sure it was working. At what time of day can I see your program on Twitter? I'll ask. I sent it over to Shante. She puts it up, and I sent it to her, and she's up early and gets it usually about 15 minutes before the bell. So I would say, I don't know. I'll have to ask her, but I would assume it would be, pretty close to the bell, Peter. If not, you can always, where to find my watch list. Now today, but you're right. I have a watch list, but then I will, in my video, I'll call out, what which ones I really like. AMD, I was like kind of pounding the table on today. Tesla was another one, and I like SoFi was one. But because it was a nice little setup there, you know me, I'm always looking for the setups. But of course, the city group and the State Street, they opened, gapped up, and got clobbered. So that didn't do fair well for any of the banks. So, but anyway, one to keep an eye. Now, what I'll do is just go ahead and put another alert in this one. I didn't, I didn't chase it in the early going, but I try not to buy in the first. You know, got to really like something to buy it in the first 20 or 30 minutes. Now, had I not been at AMD, uh, well, I added my position. I did do that. I was already in AMD. You can see I was average price is 114. My initial buy was on the 50-day moving average, right at pretty much at 10, maybe 109 and some change. I had my initial average, but you can see there's my average. Uh, so That's been a uh, nice little trade. But I will call them out. I'm trying to think if had any more in here that I liked. Well, this is one of them. I did like OINQ. Now, luckily, I was in this and I did scalp off half of that above 115. That's been a nice little trading stock for me. It's one of those I hold a core position, and I'll explain that because I'm telling you guys, if you're swing traders, it's a very good style, a way of trading, and I'll explain what I do. I got about 3 positions on here. Well, I can't talk today. Where I will hold a core position and then trade around it with size. Okay. And so this IONQ, I've been back in this thing from about 965. And this is why my average price gets all jacked up when I start adding to my positions. But I'll take a size position and then I get a move and then I'll start scalping out and then try to hang on to about a third, if not at least a quarter. Hey Mike, how are you doing? And then that will be my core position, and I'll trade around it. I've been doing that with Lee now for about 2 months. I was in it back over here around 24 and some change. And this is one that I've basically been in for 2.5 months, just with the core position. And then anytime I got a pullback, like right here this morning, I bought some down here around 30, I think below 36. I added to my position, and I'll just maintain the little, and you can see the P&L, so it's been one of my best trading stocks lately. Of course, I go more size than I go uh, in my regular account for some reason. I like to go. Hold on, just a minute, guys. I'm getting a text here. Okay, but anyway, it's a great way because how many times have you been in a stock and you've gotten out only to kick yourself later and saying, "Man, why don't I have any of that? I was in right here." So one of the most difficult things for traders to do is, to hang on to a winning position. And by maintaining this core strategy, you're always scalping out. So you're always taking profits and maintaining that core position, whether it's a third of your original size or maybe even a quarter, maybe even start off at a quarter or even smaller if you want to. The trick is as long as the daily chart is intact, and you can see this like this Lee, it's just been nice upward sloping from bottom left to upper right. Look at this 20 period moving average. It catches it every time. So I want to be in this stock until I get a close probably below that 20. Um, Sometimes, this IO and Q, I'm watching it today because they're getting beat up. And this has been holding the 10 period moving average. I really wanted to maintain that. I don't know. It's still got a nice little channel here, so I don't know if I'll get out because I only have probably uh, a quarter of my original position left. Uh, but it's a great way, and it's subjective too. Some people might want to maintain a position until it came back down and broke through this level right here. So come on, draw now. Shoot, I don't know what's going on here. But anyway, you get the concept. The whole idea is to have a position as long as it's working for you, because nothing can be more frustrating than to and trust me, I still happen, this Tesla I was in from 160 or something like that, and this is one where I can just kick myself for not I made some decent profits, but yeah, this is just a bad trade. I should be still in a portion of this. What do I think of coin here for a day trade? Well, I don't like it. Not right now. You can see why. Okay, see, this is the 10 period moving average. Let me get this out of the way. And it held it, it held it, it held it, bounced there, bounced there. Then it broke through that 10 period moving average. This is a critical When Steve and I are at Today Trader, this was kind of what we call the momentum line. It's the Momo line. Okay, and as long as the stock and day trading remains above that, it's resuming its momentum and continuing its momentum. But once it breaks below it, things start waffling and it gets a little scary. And now you can see, boom, it now this 10 period moving average is curling over and it's acting as resistance. You can see these moves, these attempted move higher are being met by that 10 period moving average and pushing it back down. So for me to get bullish on a day trade on this, I'm going to give you two schools of thought here. First of all, I'd like to see it above, this level right there. Put a price alert right there, and I probably wouldn't even consider it, not even look at it until it's above that level. And another thing that would throw me off is understanding chart psychology. And a lot of times, what happens when you get a huge move like you did in coin right here, uh, it's followed by a narrow range body. In other words, what we call a narrow range inside, it's going to spinning top, a doji, whatever it may be. This is a very, very common pattern after you have a huge move like that. And what it is, if you think about what's happening here, you've had a nice move in coin, then you had a big blow off move there, and now you know buyers are taking profits, and so every little up move they got, they're probably taking profits. Whereas, um, I'm sorry, the people who are already in it, I guess we would call them the sellers, and then but you still have buyers who are playing the momentum, playing Bitcoin. I don't know what Bitcoin's doing today. It's actually kind of gapping down today. So, uh, but to answer your question, I hope that keep that in the back of your mind. It may, if it does break above this level right here, it could be worth a try. But if it came back down, I would be out really quick because going into the afternoon, especially on a Friday, could be some profit taken, and I'm just not. I'm not seeing any reason to get in right now, something like that for a day trade. But I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I'm just telling you what I would do. It may turn and rip. Oh, you're welcome, Luca. Yeah, I have no idea if it can reclaim. If I had to bet on it right now, somebody held a gun to my head, I would say no. But who knows? I mean, it's pretty decent relative volume, but uh, yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing over the last 5 or 6 candles there. It's just tired. Looks tired. And the market, okay, you got the market kind of waffling around here, trying, breaking down below its moving averages. And I sold a lot today. Well, I sold quite a bit yesterday because, like I said, when you've had a nice run, uh, I like to start thinning out. And I thinned out of some yesterday, and then I got stopped out of some stuff today. But it's okay. I can take this small loss after the we've had a nice run. It's about time for a breather. And I wouldn't bother me at all. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of hoping we get it. That's why I kind of put on a hedge today in SPXS. JKS is frustrating, but I got a good price at 43.94. Bought it this day right here just because saw some First Solar, some other anyway. I thought they had some good news this morning, gapped up, and then just. But yeah, this is one I'll probably. It's gonna put a price alert in it because I'll probably stop out if it breaks below that 43.50 level, that 50 period moving average. But I hit some I get hit some good China stocks. This PDD, you can see my entry at 70 down here. Boom. I only got a third of my position left, but that was a nice little trade. JD was a nice little trade in it from 36.26. Took some off, but oh, great question, Tony. Sure, I can do that. Okay, so basically, Tony's asking me what I do in the morning, and I will. What I'll do is first thing I'll do is to obviously check the market and see what's going on. I like to check the sectors, early in the morning and see which sectors might be strong, but I don't let that have too much. Uh, it doesn't affect my opinion too much, but just kind of like to have an idea. All right, let's go to the I homework. And then what I'll do is I'll go to my I homework and I'll load. And my go-to scan is my nice setup. Okay, so I'll look through the nice setup. First thing I'll do is always go through the ones from the prior day. Okay, so this is my swing trade watcher. This is going to be when I wake up in the morning. These are going to have it's going to have stocks from the previous day on there, and obviously, uh, I'll just show you what I do here. Let me just go ahead and pull it up, give you the full gauntlet. Okay. So I'll just keep a running tab, each day, and then you can see the ones I highlight in yellow are the ones that I really like. Okay, and you can see AMD's been on here the last 2 days. That thing was just setting up, really, really pretty. I tell you, a really good day was, uh, gosh, what was it? I know I had, oh yeah, Groupon, Neo. Um, And I called plug on this day. I remember even though I didn't highlight it, I was going through it and I really liked it. And all those three had just an incredible move. But that's what I'll do. And I'll just go through and just start making this list because what I'll do from this list is I will copy and paste these into our global configuration so you will have access to it. That's how you have access to this list. But this is what I use. And I just go through. First thing I do is go through the prior day and see any stocks that may be setting up again. Uh, And if the setup still looks good, it's intact, like this McDonald's, if it closes below this 10 period moving average, I'll be kicking that one. There's no reason to have that one in there. So I see if the setup, it's all about the setup and I see if it's still intact. Swing trading is, I'm telling you, swing trading, you can do very, very well in swing trading. Now, and you don't have to totally give up day trading. Uh, it's 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 better if you have a focus on one when you come in to study and things like that. But let's face it, some of your really good day trades come from swing trading setups. Take example for AMD. This was just a beautiful setup this morning, and you can see it just opened up, and gosh, is that almost 6 points in the first hour? And so a lot of times, if you look for good setups, you're going to find great day trades. So even if you are a day trader, I would be looking for setups, okay? Because I consider them to be like launching pads. And let me give you an example. Neo on this day right here. This is when I called it. I was loving what I was seeing here. Okay, even though on the daily it's been kind of beaten up. Okay, come on. Yeah, I mean that's an ugly daily, but what I loved about it was look how the short-term moving averages, the 10, 20, and the 50 started fanning away from each other. This came back, held that 10 period moving average and was setting up beautiful. So if you see a setup, and this was in, um, I believe my swing, I think it was in my nice setup. I don't know for sure, but anyway, just a beautiful setup. Now, if you find things like this on a daily chart, okay, they can be explosive moves. And take this for example today. Uh, plug was another one on this day right here. I just love that setup. Now I was in it earlier, but it was just setting up nicely with the moving average 10 crossing the 20, and then you had a nice 3 or 4 day moves. I'm out of that one now. Okay, so back to my homework, and I'll just go through. Let's look to see if there's anything in here right now. Clack is looking good. I typically don't like to play these. The spreads can get kind of wacky, and I typically don't go into these $500 stocks. Uh, and that's not looking good to me. Hmm, It has potential. You can see it's a nice ledge up here that it can't get through. And what I'll do a lot of times, even if I don't drop it into the uh, swing watch list for today, I'll go ahead and mark it up because that's a level I want to know if it gets back through that 77.75 level. So as you're doing your homework, yes, always remember to mark these things up. This goalpost right here, if it gets to that level, and sometimes I like to give myself a little head start, mark it just below that. Uh, even though, like I said, if I'm not going to call it, I'll still be doing that a lot, so I can play it myself. So I'll go through this one. I'll go through this pullback above 50 SMA Pro. A lot of times that's a mess. Not sure what's going on there. Yeah, not seeing a lot in there today. This strong stocks that are pulling back to the 10 period moving average. What I do is like these things freeze in here. So what I'll do is I'll go back and let's do yesterday. Let's go to yesterday. See if there's anything. I don't think there was anything much I remember seeing. I don't think I picked anything from there. Love. But what I look for is stocks that hit their 50, I'm sorry, the 10 period moving average, and then bounced off of it. I don't not seeing any good examples in here today, but a lot of times you'll see these stocks come and they'll hit them and then bounce off of them. See if XFAB did. No, didn't really bounce. And sometimes I'll go through these, see if there's some short interest and things that are looking good. I'm careful with these because these are in a serious downtrend, but nonetheless, I will. If something looks really good, I'll pick the from Revenue Growth Fishing and uh, Trend Change Pro. And then this one right here, I got this one sorted. Let's see if this is the one. Yeah, these are stocks that are I got them changed from 10-day SMA, so I want them closer to the 10-day SMA. Hey, look at there, Lee's on it right there, and that's what I'm talking about. If you have a stock that pulls back, to the 10-day moving average, but it's strong. I have several filters in here that assures that the stock is strong. That's what I'm looking for a lot of times. It's already broken through. Take a look at my positions here. Market's getting a little waffly. Now AMD's coming back. Nothing too concerning. Uh, so yes, I'll look through this and look for ones that are setting up nicest. There's one that's not in here, and it's called Sweetness, and it's a very good one as well. But there's a little trick to this one, and what I have to do is sometimes in the pre-market I have to go in here and take it off this position in range because a lot of times the pre-market pricing will mess that up. See if I get any stuff in there. A few things. John Deere. Yeah, it's not looking bad. See that to me, that's setting up pretty nice. So you got a nice little. When I see a pattern like this, You got a nice little cup and handle. So I will just go ahead and set an alert right up here. Forget about it and wait for it to trigger. It's a not only that, it's a huge pivot level too. Uh, so as you're looking through these, you can definitely go through. This one's kind of wacky, I think. Well, it's holding up. Oh well. Okay. Oh, this is the one that was a wacky. This is must have got bought out or something. This is old data. Wish they could get rid of it. It keeps coming on my MMC, my alerts in here every day. There you go. So it's a strong pattern. It's not doing anything, not not real crazy about it. Not sure you're gonna get some explosive moves, but what the heck? Let's mark it up just in case it goes through with some volume. So anyway, that's pretty much it. I'll spend probably 45 minutes going through start and also look at the gappers. I like to see the gappers, but remember I'm a setup guy, okay? And very I seldom will just chase something, up. Now, one that I missed out on today, which I thought was really good, was this, and I had it on my watch list. It just the market open, and at the time I think I had probably 15 positions, and I'm trying to watch all these positions. But this beautiful AEHR, what a breakout! Look at that gap and go, gapped right above this level and just rip. That's a time where I will chase uh, a gap and stock that's running right off the bat is when it's gapping above a major level. That was pretty huge, but you got to be careful. If they fail and to roll around and fall back into this range, I usually will get out really quick. That's not what you want. All right, let me see, make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, I'll do both. I'll definitely every now and then I'll keep an eye like on what the other traders are saying in the chat, and I'll focus on swing trading. But uh, if I do see something, I'll definitely take a day trade every now and then. It gets in your blood. It's hard to stop. No reason, Luca. It's just a matter of preference. It's very subjective. I've seen charts hold the 10 SMA very, very well, and I've seen the same thing for the 9 EMA, or some people I think use the 8 EMA. But uh, no, it's just a matter of preference. For every chart that I show you, the SMA holding, you could probably show me one where the 9 EMA is holding. So uh, it's just a matter of preference. Delta. Let me take a look, Michael. Mike C. Yeah, looks like it might want to tickle that 20-day. Let's put an alert in there to see if it happens. If it comes down to hits that. Yeah, my AMD. See, this is what I love about being in, it can be dangerous, right? When you're kind of anticipating a move like AMD, but I'm not afraid to do it because I know if I get my move, it's probably going to be, a very decent move like we got this morning, and I'm already in it. So then I can add to it, and when it does break that level, and now instead of chasing, let's say you don't want to, you wait for a 15-minute, especially for swing trade. Day trading is a different story, but takes out the 15-minute range breakout right there. Um, well, now if you're in it on a swing trade, you're like, oh gosh, is this thing going to come all the way back to a flat? Whereas if you anticipate a lot of times, if you get a feel for charts and understand the setups and the potential they have of going higher from that setup, man, you could do so much better. I mean, than waiting for confirmation, because a lot of times if you get caught on the wrong side of the market, it could be painful. But so I try to encourage people, even if it's a small size, if you see that setup, you know, take a nibble, because there are odds on whether this trade's going to be successful or not, and if you only have half of the position, then you get your break, and then that's a critical pivot level right there. And once you get your break, you can add to it, and that's what I did this morning. But uh, that's why I'm a setup guy, because if I see those setups, I know I'll manage. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna show you one I got that cost me, was XP. XP cost me, because I anticipated, yesterday, and I bought it right here. Now, keep in mind I'm a swing trader, and a lot of times what I'll do, if they don't do what I expected them to do, I get out pretty quick. I didn't in this one. I held it overnight. Now I got stopped out right at the open pretty quick once it broke down below 33. But so when you do anticipate, okay, you can be wrong. All right. So it's kind of a two-way street. Okay. A lot of people say, nope, you got to wait for the confirmation. I don't think there's anything wrong with anticipating. I love being early, but there's going to be cases where you're wrong and you take a loser, like I did in XP today. But uh, but I can say this: if you only taking half size, you're not going to get killed. And then you wait for the confirmation, then that's when you can add to it. Uh, and typically, when you get those setups, and you'll get a feel for them, when they're gonna, when they have the potential to really go like that AMD did this morning. A good question. Yes, yes. First of all, let me see. Sorry, my question on coin. Do you wait for the 110? Let me catch up here. Let me finish with Mike on Delta. Yeah, Mike, I agree. I just feel like it maybe have gotten a little bit ahead of yourself, itself. And I mean, we're talking about a move from 37 almost to 50. This is one, yeah, that I would definitely watch if that 20 period, were to hold. Because if it doesn't, you know, you you really don't have anything until this level of, for me personally, maybe you can find some other indicators that will give you, but if it does break that that level, there's a good chance, it could drop over the next few days down back down to this one. But yeah, no, I can definitely see, this 20 period right here, holding. But anytime I see a big move like that into earnings, and then a gap, I'm a little bit leery because I know some people knew something was going. All right. Yes, Tony. There's some very good stuff in the Market Explorer. I will take a peek at those too as well. I just got my style that I've been doing for 25 years, and I kind of it works. It works for me, so I kind of stick with it. Uh, but yes, there's some great stuff in there. I need to get back in there. I need to get in there a little more actually. Uh H8, how many shares is considered a nibble? Well, at nibble, that's definitely subjective. Okay. Let me tell you what I would do. What my sometimes for me. Well, AMD, I was more aggressive because I was so uh excited about that setup. You had Nvidia. Get rid of this and let me talk about. Okay. Look at the uh move that Nvidia had. All right. Now keep that in the back of your mind. These two were moving together, for over the last 3 or 4 months. Okay, then you had AMD that had pulled back. It had touched its 50-period moving average. That was my first nibble. Now this one was a small nibble, and obviously because you don't know if that 50 is going to hold. I pretty much bought it right on the 50, so that's a that's like a 1/4 nibble. So now I did buy more once on this day once it got above the 50. So maybe I'm in half size. But to answer your question, let me put it to you this way. Remember, I'm swing trading, so your size is going to be less than what you would do in a day trading account. Typically for me, a nibble would be maybe 5% of my whole account, or maybe 3% if it's a pullback nibble like the AMD here. So typically I won't be in more of 10% of my account in one stock. Okay, AMD was a little bit different because I was very confident in that one. So I think that one was probably about 17 or 18% of my entire account because that's how good I felt about it. The great thing about that is obviously I don't want to remain in 18% of my account in AMD. So I know if I get my move, I'm scalping out. So now I'm back down to about 5% of my account. Okay. So now I have my core position. Hold on just a second. Crazy family yelling throughout the house. All right. So yeah, so now I'm probably back in 5%. So this is kind of like the core trading. And honestly, now I'm hoping it pulls back because even though I'm still in 5%, because now I can start, hoping this thing sets up again. Maybe it comes down, holds this pivot level, put me alert right there at the pivot level. Okay. This was resistance. Now it's support. So honestly, if this thing came back, of course, a lot would depend on what the market's doing. There's a real good chance even today I could nibble back into maybe another 5%. So it's almost like it's a hybrid between, I don't want to say day trading and swing trading, but it's real close because I keep a lot of the day trading personality because I'm always on focus and trying to you know. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I call it surfing the market, or not surfing, sway trading. Sway trading, which means it's kind of a swing day trading kind of style where you're just kind of swaying with the market. All right, so you're taking profits. Market's getting a little tired. Semis were up nicely. Now they're pulling back a little bit, and so I'm just kind of swaying with the market and taking profits when I can, and maintaining a core position. I know it can sound convoluted, but it works for me.
Andy.
Hey Barry, you're back way too early.
Well, I'm not. I have to pop in here. You better patent that. Sway trading.
Hmm.
Brilliant.
Yeah, you like that?
Seriously, that's
Yeah.
brilliant.
All
So
right,
if you don't
man.
patent it, I'm going to use it.
No,
So
no, no. Please don't steal it from me, Barry.
please don't steal it. I love it. Did you just come up with that, or
No,
did you
no,
did you
no.
hear
I've
that?
had it for a while. I call it sway trading. Yeah.
Did
Uh,
you hear that from somebody else way
no,
back,
no,
or
no. I came up with it. It's kind of
it's
uh,
great.
yeah.
As you
All
say, it's
right.
a hybrid.
It is a hybrid.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'm
Okay,
gonna patent
back.
it then. All
I'm
right,
out of
buddy.
here.
All right. We'll see
Bye.
you. Yeah. XP. Well, let me tell you what happened in XP. Uh, and it's good. It's good to talk about the ones that didn't work. XP. I held it yesterday because it held the 20 period moving average. Okay. Even though it closed, just barely below the 10 period moving average, you can see the stocks still intact. So as a swing trader, I, I saw no reason to just exit my position. I said, well, let's see how it opens tomorrow. And I watched it, and what it gapped down a little bit. First move was down. Uh, I think I'm trying to remember where I stopped out. I think it was right around here. I think it really was around 2287 or something like that. Uh, but in most cases, I've been doing well, and I probably shouldn't think like this because it can get you in trouble. Uh, Sometimes you when you're trading well, you feel like you have a little cushion. You're like, okay, I can let this one go a little bit. I can I can let this one go a little bit against me. Where if I had not been trading well, probably what I'll do, I have this thing, okay, if a stock doesn't do what I anticipate it to do, I get out pretty quick. Okay. This one I did not anticipate it yesterday to, go to lows, break the 2350 and go lower. Even though it was still intact and above its moving averages, okay, it didn't do what I expected to do. And in many cases, especially if I have a lot of positions and ones that are working for me really well, why do I want to babysit one that I have no idea what it's going to do now? So I would say 8 times out of 10, I would exit this trade, probably right here around 23, maybe even right here around the 2340 level, because it didn't do what I anticipated to do. I did, but and like I said, this is probably the wrong thinking, but sometimes when you're trading well and you're making money, you let things go a little bit further against you than normally. But at the same time, if I'm a swing trader, what happens, if I got out, it held this 20 period moving average, it opened up today and just ripped. So it's it could have gone either way, but I will say this, I'm real good about if a stock doesn't do what I anticipate it to do, I usually just cut it and move on to the next one. I can always get back in. Yeah, BB, swaying with the market. All right, JKS. I think I'm about to had enough of you. I like that one. That's holding up nicely. Yeah, it's a quirky day today, Luca. I thought it is a very strange day. You got market basically just doing nothing, and you got semis that were up pretty decent. They're trying to go back to flat. You got uh yeah, just kind of a funny day. You got Tesla for no reason decides to rip, but I'm like, and this was another one that I called out this morning, and I love the setup, but it's like I don't I don't trust any of this stuff right now. Now this is one where I sold it about right here. It was one of my best trades of the year in this RIVN. I was in down here, guys, like around because I was in it for the breakout. I just felt good about this. A lot of times I look at fundamentals, and I probably shouldn't, but look at the cash level and the current debt. That looks great to me. Had a pretty decent short float in it. But anyway, that one didn't work. It got stopped out, so I stalked it, and as soon as it did this bar reversal right here, I bought it. And boy, that was a very nice one right there. Anyway, but I had about maybe a fourth of my position left, and I just and I'm probably terrible at this. Probably be at $50 and knowing my luck. Because a lot of times, what you'll do is you'll tell yourself, "Ah, there's going to be a pullback. Look at the moves. This thing's it's going up. Uh, what is that? 15, 10, 70%." And you tell yourself, you talk yourself out of it, and you finally, I'll just get out, get back in on a pullback. Well, what happens is you don't get the pullback you expect, and next thing you know is it's going higher, and you got nothing. That's why I always try to just hang on to a little. All right. Any thoughts on RXRX for a swing? Ooh, that looks pretty good actually. Man, I love the bottoming tails here. We're making that little harp setup. I would put me alert. Like I said, I like to be a little bit early because sometimes they can get away from you. It may be premature. This is one of those kind of cases where you'd be guessing if you bought it right now. Uh, Zoom out a little bit because typically on something like this, you'd want to wait for a bar reversal. It's back below these levels. Yeah, the way I'd play that, since it did have a pretty big move, okay, is I would look for a bar reversal. If it happened today, it would have to take out this high. Now, ideally, what would happen is, let's just go ahead and bring this down to today's high. And then what I would hope would happen would it would set up like this going into Monday morning, and then you get that trigger on a bar reversal above today's high. But I feel like you might be guessing a little bit. But once again, getting back to anticipating, because a lot of times if you don't anticipate, like this AMD, if you don't anticipate, and let's say you wake up, I mean, and you're managing your position, and trigger goes off an AMD, and you're like, oh man, I'm not going to chase it. I could have bought it yesterday during that setup. This thing's going to come all the way back down for me. I don't know, man. I'm getting kind of, I start seeing stuff like this, man. I get a little bit skeptical about this market. I mean, we've had a nice run. They had a deal with Nvidia, huh? Okay. Yes, Tony, that's good. Good point. You can do that too. I will do that sometimes, and that's I'm glad you brought that up because what you can do a lot of time, guys, if you don't want to miss it, you can put what's called a buy stop in it. Sometimes I'm careful about that because in the early morning, and I'm trying to think of an example today. Well, let's just take a look at this IONQ. All right, they if market makers know if they're trying to bring in a bunch of buyers to sell stock to, like they could have very well been doing in this setup right here at IONQ, and you put a buy stop in, let's say above 15, and first of all, you better keep it a buy stop limit where you're so you don't get filled at like 5, 15, 20, because this was pretty quick. So you got to be careful. But yes, you can do that. You can put in a buy stop, but just remember you get a lot of times in the morning you get action like this on these stocks that just they'll rip, they'll run all the stops, run all the shorts, and then just reverse on you kind of nasty. But there's nothing wrong with doing that, putting in a buy stop. But if you're wrong, just got to get out. But to answer your questions, yeah, a lot of times I'll do that during midday too, because I'm careful in the morning. I'm always careful the first 15 minutes of the day. So in most cases, what I'll do is, in that RX, I would put an alert if it doesn't go through today, and I'll put an alert in at the high and then just see. Do you have a general market risk? Do you have general market risk on Signal? I'm not sure what you mean there, Luca. Something that may signal that there may be some risk in the market is, and Michael's real good about this, and he has noticed. No, no, I don't. Uh, no, I usually just kind of fly by the seat of my pants. Now, what Michael will do a lot of times is look at the RSI divergence, and he's been noticing some, but the market just keeps going higher. It doesn't just because you have divergence, it doesn't mean it's going to sell off. That's for sure. What AMD? I see now you're just getting nasty. Starting to look like an ugly tail there. What's Nvidia doing? Kind of the same thing. Take a look at the big boys. Tesla's not. Tesla don't care. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys something to watch the next time when it happens. I see this a lot, and I don't know the logic for it. Maybe it's just Apple's considered a safe haven these days. But a lot of times when you get big market moves like this, Apple will not do anything. Okay, it'll just sit here and just not do anything. It's like a commodity or something. And what happens is, mark my word, if we get a gap down in the market and Apple gaps down, just buy it. No, I'm not going to tell you just to buy it, but watch it. I see this all the time during big market moves. Apple will sit here and do nothing, right? And then when the market gets looks like it's just about to roll over or gap down and looks real ugly, watch Apple because there's a very good chance it's going to start ripping. And uh, I don't want to give any sort of conspiracy theory or anything like that, but yeah, maybe it's just a safe haven where people go when things are starting to look ugly. And Microsoft will do the same, and a lot of times Amazon will do the same. Speaking on, what is IWM doing today? Yep, IWM is not participating. Yeah, Luke, I don't. Well, first of all, if the SPY is above the 50-day movement, and I'm not sure what you mean by VIX is below a number. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the VIX. The only time I'll pay attention to it is if the market is going higher and higher and higher, and this starts to not go lower, because a lot of times that can signify maybe we're getting a little long in the tooth and tired. Barry, I hear some rustling over there.
Yeah, well, I am rustling, and I'm
Mm.
actually in an AI trade. I know you don't have the AI
Mm.
app probably, but take a look at Acadia, ACAD.
Oh, I saw that coming through. I did
And
not.
yeah, no, I just got in it. I mean,
Oh,
just got in it. I was on my break, and I noticed it was still moving pretty well.
yeah.
And I got in, I think at 30, and I did something I don't normally do. Where did I get in at? 30, 30.81. something I
Nice.
don't normally do. Usually I wait for the whole number break.
Yep.
And but I thought, you know what? Don't be such a wuss. just just do what Andy does. Anticipate the move.
Yeah,
Okay,
there you
keep talking
go.
about
There you go.
anticipate the
I
move.
love it.
And so I said, "What the heck?" But it was also breaking out the way I like it on a 15-minute
Hmm.
chart at the same time. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
so this has
that's
turned out
pretty
to be 80
nice.
81 to 30 50
Nice.
cents so far. Yeah,
Sweet.
yeah, and
Well, let's look left. Why don't we, Barry?
well, I'm looking left on the pre-market. Okay, this is what I'm
Okay.
looking at pre-market, which is
Okay.
31.93. That's the
Oh,
high in the
okay.
pre-market.
Okay. I got you. I
So
got you.
when I'm playing an intraday play and it's more like a pullback as opposed to
Uh-huh.
something that's a high of the day, then that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the pre-market to see, where could the next where could it go? It's at the high of the day, of course, market hours, but I'm also just looking at that pre-market. And there were three wicks there. There were three 15-minute candles there, so that could be pretty good resistance. But I'm very happy. Very
Look at this.
happy.
Look at this weekly, Barry. Look at this big old
Yes.
long can.
Oh yeah,
Whoa.
yeah, yeah. I
There's
mean, well,
nothing on
and
the
it's
weekly. Maybe one could venture and say maybe right around here, but man, that's a long ways away.
well, and it's not an earnings plan. I don't. In fact, I'm not sure. You know what it is? It's no. I saw this in the $33 price target by RBC, good old RBC in Canada.
Ah, okay.
So I think there's some analysts that are getting in on this. That might be it. I know. I am actually paying way more attention to this now than because, especially, I used to only pay attention to Goldman, but Morgan Stanley is coming up with these great price targets. They're insane, but they move it. They move these stocks quite a bit. And so
Yeah.
that's not Acadia is not one of them, but I'm just saying that I used to not really pay that much attention to Morgan Stanley. But for instance, if Morgan Stanley, if there was a stock at 17 and they're putting a price target of 30 on it, I'm in it. I'm just in it for a while. We all know I may not go to 30, but on that day or ever. But
Right.
on that day, it's an eye-catching headline for a big bank like that to come out with something like that. So I'm paying way more attention to these price targets than I ever used to.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
That
all depends on who's doing it. Who is doing it.
for
If
sure.
it's if it's Andy Swayman, I'm not 100% sure. I love it. In fact, when you say that, I know you don't follow hockey at all, but the Bruins have got a great young goalie. His name is Swayman. And
Mm.
so that's exactly what I'm thinking of.
Oh,
I'll be the Swayman.
Swayman. There you go.
Swayman. That's right. Oh, man. So, Andy, you can take off now if you'd like to.
All right, Barry. Well, thank you
Have
very much. And yeah, you have a great weekend.
you too. Is it so sweltering where you are?
Oh, God, brutal.
Oh, God.
Brutal. Yeah, I just go jump in the pool, man. Yeah.
It is amazing, isn't it? I mean, we're up here in Vancouver. I don't even think the coast is that like insanely hot, like that, like down in San Diego and all that. I don't think
No,
it's
no,
insanely
no,
hot.
no. But you know
It's
what's
only
funny?
inland.
Yeah. Yeah, all you got to do is go about 30 minutes inland, yeah, and it starts warming up. But uh,
Hmm.
y- yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. Now it won't be as hot as it is here as in Texas, but you go an hour inland, it will be. But
Yeah, yeah, exactly,
uh,
exactly.
yeah,
Well, I'm
that
sitting here with a nice 72-degree temperature, no wind, no mosquitoes.
nice.
Paradise, man.
It is. It is. I would love to live up there. I used to live in the foothills of Salt Lake City, man, and that was probably my favorite
Oh
place to
yeah. Oh,
live,
look
man.
at
Just
Acadia go. My
I
goodness, look at
know,
it go.
man.
Andy, look at it go.
I know.
Okay, guys.
All right,
Oh, not
buddy.
guys.
Well, have a
Have a
good
great
one,
weekend.
and everyone have a great weekend. I'll talk to you next week. Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, guys, let me take over now. Here we go. Get my music going. Get back into the other room. Okay, guys, I'm back. And while I was talking to Andy in the other room, and now you probably noticed I was kept putting price alerts on Acadia, okay, ACAD. So yeah, I was on my break and I just glanced over at our AI to see what was happening. I'm kicking myself out for not taking that plug short, but I was watching this Acadia, It was at 30.80 at the time when I saw it. Okay, and I thought, but I liked the way it broke out here, and so I took it. Now, as I said to Andy, and you guys, most of you guys know, normally I would wait for a 30 break. Okay, but I thought, you know what, just do it. Put a stop in, about 60 cents, 20-cent stop, and see if it works. Man, I mean, this has been a beauty. 30.80 now, 30.57. I mean, that has turned out to be just a really, really nice, nice trade. And it's a little outside the price range I normally trade, but I mean, that's not a hard and fast rule. But anyway, there is Acadia, and look at this weekly. I mean, wow. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a daily. That basically the weekly is all today. Yeah, and I don't even see. All I saw was RBC putting a $33 price target on it, so nothing crazy. There must have been something else. But this RBC Capital maintains an outperform target price of 33. If that had been 50, I would have thought, okay, maybe that. But I'm surprised that it's moving. If that's the only news, of course, it was 25. There is that. Anyway, guys, I know I'm kind of rambling here, but it's exciting to get into a trade that I don't care how long I've been trading. It's still exciting to get into a nice trade. And the market's certainly not helping it. The market has been drifting down since basically 10:15. Well, I shouldn't say that. We had about an hour and 15 up, but certainly since 12, since noon, we've had this move down. Oh, boy. Tank. I never thought it would be possible. I know I talk about my wife's company every now and then, but in Canadian dollars now, this is now $89, which is an all-time high. US dollars, I mean, that would be the all-time high. Man, I mean, for a sleepy little stock. You exited, well, probably around here, right? Around 63. I know I sort of remember when you did it, maybe 62, which is still pretty good because you got in a lot earlier. I mean, in Canadian dollars, I mean, it could be 100. It's just been inching and inching its way up. What we're hoping for is a buyout. Just somebody buy the company, and we don't have to worry about when to sell. Anyway, sorry guys. This is just pretty exciting for my wife and myself for this particular stock. This is the only thing we swing, or I swing. But it's not really a swing. I mean, it's just part of the stock purchase plan. So there's really no selling at all. You just hang on. 25. Wow, that's a long time ago. But yeah, all about infrastructure. That's all it is. Infrastructure. Thank goodness your roads are horrible down there. It's one of the. Actually, I don't think they get involved in that, but bridges and certainly my wife is an airport. She designs airports, so yeah, so a little tough for the 3 years during the pandemic, but it does have an excellent reputation. You're right. It's keeps winning these little awards, worldwide awards. Okay, guys, what next? So I'm still in the Acadia, of course. There's no reason for me to have exited. I think for me, if it dips down below to that 3150 mark, that'll probably get me out some. Hey, see, Heather, you're trying to short a top. What did we tell you? What did we just tell you, Heather? So you're trying, I'm kidding. I'm sort of kidding you, but again, trying to pick a point. I mean, there's an argument to be made. Actually, the 50 level was probably pretty tough to get through, just psychologically and everything. So, but here the VWAP is about $1 away, 47.84. So, I mean, if you thought, you could maybe have that as a bit of a target, but it's not easy. It's an earnings play, so very strong, all-time high. So yeah, there's a little bit of a pullback right now, but how much I don't know. But there is the VWAP, so that can be your guide. Did I say $1 away? I'm sorry. No, yes, it is. That's the 10 SMA. So Steve Gomez uses the 10 SMA, but there's the VWAP. That blue line down there, that's the VWAP. So say 47.84. So yeah, it's got $1 to that. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Okay, I've just taken some of the ECAD off, Acadia off. I said if it starts approaching that 3150 mark, I would take some off. Guys have been talking about KSCP. I do see it here. Wow. Yeah. Got to miss the boat on this one. Not a low float. But you know what? There's so many guys. There's just so many good opportunities that you can't beat yourself up for missing 90% of them. As long as you see the 10% of the opportunities and you can take advantage of maybe even half of them, and even if only half of those do well, it's not bad. Now in the simulator, remember I took this UTME, put the stop in, and it got stopped out, $100 loss. That was the manageable loss, just to demonstrate how all that works. Now it has come back. And, this was not a trade I would have taken. I just wanted to demonstrate money management and all. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. Ah, nice. Okay, so that 3150 kind of helped. I did take some off, but 3150 kind of helped. Now, this is what I was saying to Andy. He was saying we start looking left. Well, I was looking left pre-market, okay, for Acadia, ACAD. And what I saw was almost three topping tails in the pre-market around, say, between 3180 and 3180.90. That's where I think it could stall. Okay, so I'm just waiting to see if it can get a little bit closer to that before I basically get out of the trade. I may keep, like, if it gets close, I'll probably get out most of the position and hold on just for a little bit, just in case, this doesn't matter. Because we did have a post-market high yesterday of 32.50. Anyway, it's kind of my thought process on this Acadia trade. Okay, guys, it is now, how is it? It is 111. So I think I'll do my video now. Get that out of the way. Okay, muting myself, excuse me, I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. And so, yeah, I did my video on Acadia and just watching right there. I mean, there's the highs and the pre, actually, even after hours and pre-market. These are the highs. So I'm just going to hold on just a little bit longer to see if it challenges those highs again and maybe moves through. If not, I'm just going to exit the balance of my trade. No, PJ, he's just drop it, Shady. Okay, I know you're not happy that PJ mentioned it in the pre-market as something to take a look at. Just drop it. Okay. I mean, you must have more important things to do. Okay, guys, I'm out. I'm out of the Acadia. No, he's not being serious. He's not being serious at all. Okay, guys. Well, that sort of played out the way I thought it might. You know, got very close to those highs in the pre-market and then just stalled right there. And now it's starting to move down. So I'm out of the trade completely. Okay, what time is it now? 1:19. So just kind of cruising into the close here. I know we have another hour and 45 minutes left till 3. That's when I'll probably shut down, but things have slowed down. Oh, get my sound toggle off. So now that a little bit of a lull here, let me ask you something, Pepe. So first of all, guys, what I'm going to do, I want to clap. You guys can hear the clapping? Yeah, you can hear the clapping, right? Okay. So that sound so I'm afraid to do it right now, but you notice that my input microphone, if I change it to Chris microphone, probably that's going to do it. I don't know why but I'm afraid to do it. I'm going to do it around 3 o'clock. And then you guys can tell. First, I'm afraid maybe you guys won't hear me or something like that. I'm afraid to do it right now. I think that'll do it. Get the sound, the noise canceling back. But I'm afraid to do it right now. Oh, I'm been out of BKKT for a long time. It's just a noise canceling, PJ. See, right now, yeah, I'm by myself. If my wife is here, but she went into her office, so she might have the radio going and talking and all that. So the noise canceling was awesome before. See, that's what I don't understand though. How am I going to know if the programs that I'm streaming that are also set to that mic? How am I going to know that? For instance, so I've got StreamYard, and then I've got this room. I don't know. Yeah. I don't even know when you say how would you even know how many? Because I would like to get the sound. Okay, so here are all my apps as an example. Whoops, here are all my apps. So let's take a look at. See, the trading room is web based, so it's not an app. And StreamYard is obviously web based too. So there's really no app. There's really no app that I am, and I'm not. Discord would have been an app, but I'm not. I'm not doing Discord. So am I reading that right? The fact that um, now trade. No, I'm not. This is nothing to do with trade ideas, of course. That, but I'm just looking here. I don't see StreamYard is not an app, and neither is. So should I worry? Not worry, but you know what I mean. Am I? Don't should I'm almost feel like trying it right now just to see what would happen. But I'm going to wait till 3 o'clock. There's no point in doing it right now. Yeah, Heather, by the way, yeah, I got out a long time ago. I mean, remember I got in at, I think was 230, 229, got up to 233. Then I remember well, you probably don't remember. I was saying right about here, right there. You see these two topping tails? I thought, yeah, I don't like the way this is trading. It doesn't look like it because it had all sorts of room to the left. I thought, okay, I just don't like the way this is trading. I said that out loud. I know. And the minute it got down, broke down to through sorry 230, and remember I'm in at 229. I said I don't like it, and I got out right about here 225. Just didn't like the way it was trading. And in the way I was thinking, I could always get back in if it broke through that 235 later, which of course it hasn't. Anyway, Pepe, thanks again. I will. I'm just going to use that crisp mic as the input and see what happens about 3 o'clock. That's okay. All right. I don't think we have wash sales in Canada. I haven't seen that term for a long time. I think somebody used to talk about it a long time ago, but it's nothing. We don't have that in Canada, so it's not that I'm aware of. Is that something? Is that a U.S. thing? Wash sales? Ah, you're right. Bitcoin did break 31 or 31,000. Oh, I see. Yeah, it doesn't really. Yeah, it. I let my accountant figure it out. The broker. I mean, it hasn't affected me that I can see at all. I'm certainly not going to think about it now. Anyway, yeah, opera, just incredible. The drop in opera. That's my major miss of the day. 300 million financing. That'll do it. It's going to be a long time now before it gets back up here, probably, which was its all-time high. So just to analyze this AC and how to use the AI. I mean, I just use it like a watch list. Okay, I just use it like a watch list. So I never. I mean, I think people have the wrong idea. First of all, don't auto trade it. Number one, don't auto trade it. Use it like I think just using it like a watch list. But look at Acadia. Okay, it actually got stopped out for no gain because of some kind of a profit save. Okay, it says profit save over there. Does that mean you don't have to watch it for the rest of the day? Of course not. So because just look at Acadia, and this is what happened. There was the alert, that blue arrow right there. There was the alert, 3022. Before, I mean, actually, even if you'd taken it right at 3022 and wrote it up to 3074 and got rid of some of it anyway, pulled back here, and that was the profit save that some algorithm kicked in. But does that mean you had to not watch it for the rest of the day? Of course not, because I mean, again, look what happened from there. Had about an hour and 15 minutes of a kind of a pullback, and then it exploded, just exploded almost nonstop from 3033 up to 3188. I mean, that's almost nonstop. So if you just have to watch them, they can give you different setups, different times of the day. Plug, my goodness, plug is a I did that's the one I was toying with the idea of taking that short. I just didn't do it. I guess what I was wary of, I mean, the fact that I had a big pop in the pre-market and there was it's an EV play, of course, EV sector. There seemed to be a lot of enthusiasm for that sector. So I just didn't, I mean, obviously, if I thought it was going to go from 1329 down to 1218, I would put everything I own in it. But wow, that's a tremendous move. And when I did look at it, I thought, well, I mean, it has room. The next low looking left, so it actually set up perfectly for me. I just didn't take the trade. The next low looking left was way far. I mean, 1176. All right, guys. Well, 1:30, couple of 2.5 hours left, 1.5 hours left approximately. I was looking at taking this RMTI short earlier too. This happened to me yesterday. When I look back at RMTI, this was also an option on the option scanner yesterday. And it just went from 6 down to 4. I never took it. I looked at it this morning thinking, well, how much more can it go? Well, 345 down to 318. Had a little pull up here, and then after that, basically straight down. Hey, you too, PJ. Now, this is his bankrupt stock, right? MNK. I thought they were actually in the pinks by now, but no. But didn't they file for bankruptcy, MNK? Boy, how the mighty have fallen. I remember. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Okay. I thought it was a lot higher. Back in October of last year. Yeah, this was looks like I don't know if it was an IPO or a symbol name change, but yeah, $18 stock, 97 cents now. Ooh, two. Okay, I've been kind of waiting to see if this is TELUS Canada. But the other one, TIXT, that's the other version of TELUS International, look at this flatlining here. The only thing I'm wary about is that the other one is just not moving at all. Now, I don't know how directly they're tied. It's TELUS Corporation, and then there's TELUS International. They're both down big, pretty big. The other one is at an all-time low, but it's just flatlining as I showed you. All right, guys, I am probably, unless something really exciting happens, I'm probably not going to do too much more trading. I'm not in anything right now. The Acadia is maybe still a little interesting to me. If it breaks out over that, is it 32? Yeah, 32. I have to look left now on the weekly chart to see. Yeah, so I sort of remember this. This had a horrible, either probably was one day, and then a few days after was around a $50 stock. It's all the way down to 20. Okay, so I mean that is the next high looking left, about $50. But I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that's on the weekly chart. I rarely trade the close. Somebody asked me, I'm not going to trade the close. I shouldn't say rarely. If I shut down at 3, I'm hanging around. I'm just kind of seeing things that I'm probably doing a little more scanning for the next day than paying attention to the market. WDC, a big pop? Well, it must be both of you guys almost at the same time. Freckles and goods. WDC, I would say it's a big pop. Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, Leah, if you're talking about the AI, yeah, I mean, Lunar has a shot. I mean, if it's got to get through 10, it's got to get through. There's the VWAP too, 1013. So, I mean, it may not happen. That's the problem. But there is the VWAP at 1013, not that line there. That's probably because we have pre-market data. But so there is the VWAP at 1013. Where did it get to today? High of today was, yeah, I mean, it got up to what, 1071, 1069. So, yeah, I mean, if it takes out 10 and you're not concerned about the VWAP, well, I'd be a little concerned about the VWAP. But I was thinking exactly the same thing. Here it is, Lunar, and hasn't really done much, but doesn't mean, later on in the day, meaning now, maybe it starts to move. I think PJ left, John. I think he left at 1:33 Eastern time, of course. Yeah, so there were a couple of IPOs, weren't there? So this says SGMT IPO was priced. I think somebody mentioned the price at $16 a share. So it's just kind of at that IPO price. Argument for me is a takeout of the high of the day, which is not that far away, 1609. This is a bio. Upsize $85 million IPO. Okay, Goldman Sachs, Cowen, and Piper. So there are some big guys behind this, especially, there's Goldman Sachs. Definitely has to have to watch on the break if it does break it. And then there was the other one. Yeah, I'm not a big swing trader, Luca. So you're asking me, do I think Nvidia would be a good swing short? That's right. Thank you. APEG. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm just not a. I mean, you're talking about trying to short one of the strongest stocks out there. So, I mean, if you do you think it's gone too far, too fast? Yeah, perhaps, but something's going on with. No, is it? Was it APEG? I thought it was something else. I thought. Have you got the symbols mixed up? APGE maybe? There we go. So it's APGE. Yeah. Yeah. So there's another one. There's the high 2181. This raised a lot of money. $300 million IPO. Let's see who's behind them. So Jeffries, Cowen, Stifel, Guggenheim. So we got some pretty big names, but the other one has, it's got Goldman, man. It's got Goldman. Well, okay, Luca, you're talking about buying NVTS, NVDS. Again, I'm not a swing trader. Okay, so I see what it's doing, but you're asking me, do I think Nvidia is going to drop, hold it over the weekend as a swing trade? You're on your own in that one. Sorry. I mean, has it topped out? You tell me. I mean, 481 down to 462. I mean, that's pretty significant. Don't get me wrong, but strong stock. I mean, strong, strong, strong. Again, it's the same idea. You try, shorting tops. Very difficult to figure out where is that top going to be. Intraday, sure. I mean, you want to start playing around intraday, breaking down through the VWAP and all that. But as a swing, to swing short a really strong stock. I'm not saying don't, but I certainly can't shed any light on it. Sounds like you're convincing yourself, Luca. Shooting star candle forming on the daily chart. Okay, it sounds like you're just convincing yourself, but all right, guys. Let's see. Boy, that plug almost down to 12 now. So again, Luca, somebody else might have a far better idea about shorting Nvidia than I do. Okay, so don't let me sway you. It just, but I'm not a big swing trader. I know you were probably talking about buying the inverse a lot cheaper, but I don't have any special insight on whether or not you should short one of the strongest stocks in the market over the last month. Hmm. Well, there's the VWAP. Now the only issue right now is that you've got a pretty tough, not a great spread, 10, 11, 10, 20. Yeah, I mean, the spread may not matter. It's 10, 11, 10, 20 right now. I'll be honest. I actually tried to, I put in a buy order in between. I didn't get filled. That was using IB's mid. Yeah, no, yeah, it's NVDS. Absolutely. It was actually showing up here, I think, as a potential short earlier. Yeah, you see, it was showing up when Nvidia was moving higher. This was showing up as a to short this, which is not the right idea. You would buy NVDL, but there's the NVDS. Well, okay, guys. Okay, the spread just tightened a bit. And then it just dropped. Boy, they're playing with us here. It went to 1018, 1020, and then it just dropped right back down to 1010, 1020. Talking about lunar, guys. This is what I see. This is it's tricky. 1010, 1020. I mean, it won't matter if it adds on a dollar. Of course, that won't matter. But hmm. Genny. Okay, the alert. Oh, wait a minute. So, Ganny, you may not be using. I've never used that one. The upward thrust, 2 minutes. I've never ever used that one, but it probably is one of those that requires some volume confirmation. Never used it. Upward thrust, 2 minutes, suddenness. So you've got a percentage, I guess, that you can. Yeah, you'd have to click on the help. I mean, I am, I don't. I've never used this one. Let's click on the help and see. Did you click on the help? The page is not loading. Yeah, so I really can't add anything to it. I've never used this one. Sorry, I've never used it. So if the help isn't helping, I wish I could help you. I don't. In fact, I don't know if any. I've never heard any of the traders use this one. You're the first person in 13 years to even ask me about this. And I don't know why I can't get the help to load. It's possible, but I don't know how much they're going to be able to add to whatever is in the, when you click on help. Oh, here we go. So let's see. What does it say? The alert shows when the stock's 8-period SMA and its 20 have both been going up for each of the last 5 periods. A period is 2 minutes. So this trend lasting at least 10 minutes. You can filter these alerts based on, yeah. So I don't know how much they're going to be able to add, to be honest. But you can try. You can try. Support at trade-ideas.com. Okay. Sorry, I just can't help. Okay. Meanwhile, look at Vittles, VITL, guys. This just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown very late, very, very late. We don't usually get these this late in the day. Hmm. The alert was at yeah, the alert was at, looks like it was at 10:37. Well, what I use, Ganny, if I'm looking for stocks moving up or down quickly, usually. Oh, wait a minute! My dog just give me a moment, please. Okay, just give me a moment. Ooh, okay, sorry about that. Hmm. Okay, so Gandy, I mean, what I use is the momentum up. So I'm using volume. So in my right click, if I right click on my momentum up, scan, configure, and summary. So the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes at least 400% of normal. This usually will show you a stock that's moving up. Okay, usually. So you can try that filter right there. Now, even the running up, I don't use the running up. I don't use the running up, but let's take a look at it. Running up now, dollar. So you can specify how much it has to run up. Okay, you can try that. And running down, but you can, if you use that filter, I think then. So I think if you use that, then you can specify how much it has to run up. So you can take a look at this too. Just look at the definitions. Okay, the running up now, running up, running down now. Okay. Again, I don't use those. I prefer to use the volume because to me, if a stock is running up, yeah, it could be running up, but if it's not running up on volume, then is there anything to it? Meanwhile, I have totally and utterly botched. Well, I don't blame you guys. Listen, ask me questions. That's okay. But you know what? The Acadia totally botched it. I wanted to take it on a 32 break. Just breaking out of this high, the highs right there, pre-market and after hours yesterday. Look at this move. I mean, it's just a great move. Wow. Oh well. Actually, I can blame that one on Chloe because I would have been. Look at this move for Acadia, guys. This will be Acadia, yeah, right at the top here. This is just exploding now. I mean, this was pretty sleepy for about an hour and 15 minutes. This was a beautiful move. Kind of rested for 45 and then bam. Look at this. And on the flip side, you have RMTI. Okay, thank you, Real. I didn't actually see that. All I could see was the upgrade by RBC. I thought it had to have something more. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of these things and upgrading it to $23. Now I see it. Yeah, I had to scroll way. That was yesterday. I guess that was yesterday, right? Thursday. Yeah, you're right. Thursday. Okay, thank you. It's probably why I didn't see it. Requires the North American rights. That's what Real is talking about. So that is what caused the stock to do this yesterday afternoon, like after the market close, right here. Tony, you better do a refresh then, okay? If you're still stuck on a stock, I don't know what stock you're stuck on. Do a refresh, okay? I think there's a gear or something that allows you to click on it, and then you can do a refresh. Let me know if that worked. You should be seeing Acadia right now on your screen, ACAD, as a stock or in the charts. Yeah, I don't know why that happens, but it does happen every now and then. I get that question, and usually it's just a refresh. Wells Fargo has been a kind of jumpy. I wanted to short this one, and I was looking at it right around here. Then I saw this little. I thought that maybe that green candle would just be momentary green candle, but nope. So I had a nice little pop, but then a drop right back down. A little too challenging. Oh, I didn't see that reel at 8. I didn't even see that you were in the room at 8:35. Sorry. Oh, I see. You weren't. Okay, sorry. Okay. Well, certainly if a person had been watching after hours, they would have seen that, and they would have seen the news. Meanwhile, yeah, Dan, you're right. Nice movement on Lunar without me. Last time I saw it, it was 10:15, 10:20 on the bid ask. Okay, that's the last time I saw it. I got distracted. My dog made a weird sound, and they raced down to see what was happening with her. Nothing. It was okay, but yeah, then it moved. Now pre-market high was 11:59. Not saying it's getting there, of course. A lot of resistance. It looks like, I mean, to me anyway, looks like there could be a lot of resistance around 1070. Just looking at these in the pre-market, and also what candle is that? That is a 930. That's the opening 15-minute candle. This does not trade options. You too, Tank. Yeah, go with Stantec is right. 2 o'clock. Are you talking? No, in this momentum scan, it's 1,000% 1 minute, 400% 5 minutes. Right here. Volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's what I'm using in this particular scan. Now, guys, understand everything that I've got. Yes, I'm sharing, but you want to make a change, go ahead. I'm not singling you out, Bobby, but just in general, you don't like the price range I have, you don't like the volume I've got. But as a template, in my opinion, it's a pretty good start for a momentum scan up or down. This would have been a candidate, by the way, in this momentum up. Lunar would have been a candidate, just looking at the volume that came in. The problem is that see, I've got a current volume of at least 6. It is just 6.8 now. Okay. So I don't know. Probably it was, so when this was happening, the current volume probably wasn't 6. Okay. So that would be one reason why. Otherwise, I'm sure it would have shown up in the momentum up. The alert is a new high for the day. Okay. New high for the day. And here, new low for the day. Jorge Moreno in our YouTube room. I have a question that came to my mind with all the recent volatility in stocks halted. So, is there a way to create a scanner that can alert me of any stock that is 10 cents away from its halt level? So, we don't have halt levels. I think I understand what you're talking about. I think there are some platforms that might have, but you'd have to. So, with us, you can't do it. So, because we don't have a halt level. So, the answer, unfortunately, is no. So how do I? So there's nothing I can do then with StreamYard. Thank you for that. I actually tried to do what I went to that website, but I couldn't even figure out how to get to YouTube on its own without going because we're going through StreamYard, of course. Why do we use StreamYard? Why do we use StreamYard? Well, we can stream. We're streaming not just to YouTube. I'm streaming also to Facebook, Twitter account, Instagram, and a few. I have no idea. I only look at YouTube because that's obviously that's the bigger one. But so that might be the reason. If I were only streaming to YouTube, then I probably would. Then we wouldn't have to use StreamYard. I guess that makes sense. But it is StreamYard, so there's nothing in StreamYard then that allows you to get that latency down. So no, so Bobby, just again, my alert, the real-time alert is a new high of the day. Okay, that's my real-time alert. Now you can change it. You want to make it running up. You want to make it a new 5-minute high. You want to, I mean, just in general, not just to you, Bobby. You want to, you want to change that, but that's what I like to see. Stock when it makes a new high of the day. Lots of different ways you can create scans, of course, and but I've just been doing the same thing for so long now that I'm just obviously so used to it. I don't use float. No, I don't use float. I mean, most of the things we see here are going to be fairly low float, just because how can a stock rip higher and give these percentages unless it's a low float? So I don't actually limit the float, but most of them are going to be fairly low float. There's Lunar 15 million, not in here, but let's take a look at. I'm sure BKKT is probably a low float, pretty low float anyway. Yeah, so in this case, it wasn't 69 million, not a low float. But most of the things you see that are really ripping higher on momentum, usually they're, because how else can a stock be up, 50%, 60%, unless it has a low float? But I don't want to limit it because there comes a time where there is like an Acadia is not a low float, 161 million, but why would I want to limit myself then? This is extraordinary for a stock with 161 million to be up 25%. Does that make sense? But you could take this and you could say, you know what, only show me stocks in here that have, say, a maximum of 20 million in the float or 10 million in the float or whatever number you wanted. So what was the big news for MNK? Rises after another 1-week delay in the $200 million opioid settlement payment. How in the world? I mean, I don't know enough about this company. If William were here or somebody else maybe wants to, they can't have $200 million hanging around. My gap scan must search only for pre-market moves. Something like GKOS that moved in the post market, I don't see. So I don't scan the post, but I mean we do have a channel that's devoted to that. So let's just take a look if that's what you mean. So we have an after hours channel. But let me see. I think I might have something that if I named it. I don't have anything anymore. Let's take a look at the docs because I think after hours scan. Let me take a look at this one. No, this is not. I mean, this is what I use in the after hours, but it's not specifically post market. Let me see. I thought I must have deleted it because I wasn't using it. I don't have anything ready. No, I definitely don't have anything ready. I used to have something I used in the post market, but I really haven't scanned the post market for so long now that I must have got rid of it. So sorry. Ooh, phew. I had a little bit of a heart issue. I looked at my trades today, and right beside PRX, all I saw was a big red 1152, and I thought, what? But I have no shares. Okay, I have no shares, so it's been halted on the. It's been halted. Oh, RMTI. Crazy that I didn't take this, but oh well. There it is, though, guys. RMTI 351. Probably one of the better percentage moves. 351 down to 264. Yeah, well, first of all, who has shorts for PRFX? I know I don't. I don't have any shorts at Interactive Brokers, so it may not be. It may not be short. Do you have shorts available? Excuse me, ST. Who's your broker if you do? And that is for the PRFX. Well, two is looking a little better. Tix is not. I mean, it's just basing here. Two is looking better for TELUS in terms of a short. At least it's moving. This one is just, it's flatlining at 1050 for how long now? Since 1045. Yeah, I'm sure Trade Zero and Centerpoint and Cobra. I think those guys probably have shorts for PRFX, but other brokers like Interactive Brokers, probably E-Trade, Fidelity, Schwab, etc., TDA probably don't have shorts available. Well, anyway, ST, it's a moot point. You don't have shorts available. So you don't have shorts available for it. So now it's open. Probably heard that bang. All right, guys, listen, it's getting close to the end. Unless I have questions after 3 o'clock, I'll definitely be shutting down at 3. One last talk about my homepage, etc. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll see right at the top here. So a way to take out a subscription. Again, if you do want to have an annual subscription, just let me know. I'll give you a code for it. Otherwise, this is the code to use for the month, 15%. You'll get off the first month only. Okay. You must do the get started, 10 short videos, starting off with your first install or login. What is it? Download and install, first startup and login. Scroll down a little bit, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. You've got to do that. It's a software program. A little bit of, you have to do a little bit of work. Okay. Trading 101, new to trading, great course for you. Michael Noss at Trader It Is put this together. I do a stock of the day video. You can, free, of course, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, it is free. You can sign up for it here. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. The big education section is here. All my scans that I am sharing are here. Some scans that you don't see. You know, the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This earnings play versus earnings plays up versus earnings play down. This is what we call a compare count window. You know, and it'll be a ticker. Once we get really into earnings season, this will be a classic ticker tape that you're used to. And basically earnings plays that are moving. Earnings plays making new highs for the day. Earnings plays making new lows for the day. These don't have, the ones up don't have to be above yesterday's close though. They could be stocks that have been beaten up a bit and then starting to run, especially say a beaten up and then running and then making a new high, but they could still be down for the day. So in other words, you're making comebacks, and you could also see stocks that are way up and then starting to move down, basically fading. Most of the time though, these will be stocks that are in red. Most of the time, these will be stocks that are down for the day, and in green, up for the day. Most of the time, but not all the time. And that is the earnings play right there. And again, my option plays and my breakdown and breakout. These are the two that I use almost exclusively. So again, this is a free room. Let's keep it free, okay? The company uses this to market. The only way they can tell whether it's an effective marketing tool is if you're prepared to take out a subscription, you use my link. It's that simple. Now, if you're sitting, again, I said this yesterday, I'll say it every day. If you're sitting out there, this is a free room and you're not prepared to take out a subscription, that's fine. But if at some point you are going to take out a subscription, just use my link. You can save my homepage. Okay. Save my homepage link. Then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. I do change them up from time to time. And also the big education section. You know, look at Leslie. Leslie earnings play, or Leslie's is an earnings play. There's an all-time low down here, but basically has kind of recovered all day long. And this is another example. You're seeing this again in blue and green is a suggestion to go long. Very not often, but sometimes this stock is still hugely down for the day, and yet you're getting a suggestion to go long. You know, this is sort of a bottom fishing play. Not sort of, it is a bottom fishing play. But not often do we see this, that a stock, the suggestion to go long and it's down for the day. Not often do we see it. And the same thing, where you could see stock, you know, to short something, the suggestion to short, and it could be up for the day a bit, quite a bit. Boy, that's a big drop for Bitcoin. What I'm seeing is $1,300. Now, again, as William has pointed out, annoyingly, we're on obviously some kind of a delay at Interactive Brokers, but nonetheless, that is a big drop. I wonder what caused that. Have no control over the latency. Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe on Monday I'll just so there's no control. It just happens. So maybe on Monday I'll just stream to YouTube for a while and see what happens. Or yeah, just see what happens. There's even a possibility that I could have two stream yards up, and have one just stream to YouTube and the other one streaming to the other ones. The other ones, I have no idea if anybody even looks at them. So, but I wonder if StreamYard would allow that. I'm sure they would. I don't know if you need two accounts or. Well, in fact, at the risk of destroying the YouTube, but you know what? We've only got 30 minutes. Let me just. I believe I can do that. Yeah, I believe I can have two streams from StreamYard, separate ones. I could just have one going to YouTube and the other going to everything else. Looks like it. I don't know. I really don't know what is happening with Bitcoin today. I mean, yesterday's news on that XRP seemed to be good for XRP for sure, but I have no idea if there's something, again, regulators trying to poke their noses into it again. I don't know. I really don't know, but that's a big drop for coin, 114 down to 102. FRLN. Okay, you guys are talking about FRLN. Let's see if there's any news. This has been super active for the last. Look at this. I mean, it's been super active. I know I've seen it. The big deal about this one right now, it got into the 200-day moving average and stopped right there. Today, anyway, 2 days ago, it ran right through it. But right now, 200-day moving average is 703, and that is where it got up to 695. So right into the 200-day moving average area. Somebody said yesterday, and I completely agree. It would have been, I don't know if it was in our YouTube room, but trading in the afternoon, way better. I agree. I agree. Obviously the huge moves are in the first hour, but obviously the huge volatility also in the first hour. And in the afternoon, things have had a bit of a chance to settle down a bit. And then when they start to move, what I'm finding many, many times is that the move is more of a trend. Gives you some time to be in the trade for longer than 2 seconds. I don't know if UPST is a meme stock. Let's take a look at the float percent. Could be. I mean, if you want to call it 34%. So a lot of the memers are, looking at short float percents. And Wix is putting in his 2 cents. Yucks, no way. That's fine. But you know what? If I weren't doing this, I could get up nice 9 o'clock my time. That is what that's a noon. Get prepared, and then say from 1 o'clock on, which would be 10 o'clock my time. Sure, I can really see doing that. Yeah, I'll miss all the action but I'm seeing so many great setups in the afternoon that are easier on the psyche. And there's a limited number of them. I mean, in the first hour, there are tons of things happening. Yes, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a limited number. So that's it, guys. So the room will now be opening at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. You too, Leah. I'd have to train my body to be able to sleep in. I don't know if that's possible after how many years of getting up at between 4 and 5 every day. Well, if you had shorts available for PRFX, it would have been a heck of a trade. Oh, I bet I could adapt. Exactly. I bet. Give me a couple of weeks, and I'm sure. To be honest, I mean, I'm sort of now getting up at 5 now that I have either William or Chris opening the room. At around 8 o'clock, or even before that, before 5 o'clock, or probably around 7:30 Eastern time. So that means I can kind of just get up at around 5. I'm not doing as much pre-market work. I'm finding that it's not as necessary. So even that extra hour, I feel great. Offering? Is it an offering? PRFX? Yep. 1.5 million shares, $9 a share. And that's where it got to. Almost got to. Yeah, I've just been following Real and you, Steve, and talking about the Delta Airlines. Yee. So you obviously went long. Yeah, so obviously not to pile on you, but obviously next time, doesn't matter what stock it is, no matter how you think about it, have a stop and obey it. Are you asking me, am I generally concerned with patterns? Not really. You're talking, the classic, the head and shoulders, cup and handles, and All those sorts of things. No, I don't even think about it. And that doesn't mean that a person shouldn't. The fact that I only use really, I'm only interested in a couple of indicators doesn't mean if a person can find a way to use, stochastics and RSI and all the other indicators, you can make money doing it. Great. I would never ever say, do what I do. Who is the stop loss expert at Trade Ideas? What do you mean by that, Larry? So that was a question I have in the YouTube room. Who is the stop loss expert at Trade Ideas? I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Glad you're saying, Bobby. I've sort of abandoned the anchored VWAP. I got kind of excited early on, but I'm just finding too much is happening. With my option scanner and my the breakdowns that I don't really have time to dive into it anymore. Well, there's not one person. So who is good at formulating when to keep out of trouble? I mean, where you put your stop is going to be sometimes kind of personal. Okay. Where I put my stops, typically, if I look at a no less certainly than a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart. So for instance, look at Delta right now. If you can see my screen, Larry, look at Delta right now. So looks like if how to explain this? If I were going to go long Delta right now, okay, or short Delta right now, yeah, that's a better idea. Short Delta right now, okay, I would look up here and say, well, listen, at 46.63, there looks like pretty decent resistance right there. So if it broke through that, I would want to be out of the stock. Okay, that's how I do it. I look at a chart, but how Michael Noss sometimes uses the low of the day as a stop or the high of the day as a stop if he's shorting. There's no, there's no one perfect answer. Some will use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, okay, as your stop. The best thing to do is experiment. Find out what kind of, what seems to work best for you. I know what works best for me, but a lot of it is, kind of a little bit of a feel, but where I feel that there is a support area on a chart, as an example. But some others might look at that and go, I don't agree with you. And that's fine. So you see, there's not going to be one answer to who's best at formulating a stop. And it also, the other thing it depends on is how volatile is something you're looking at. Like, I mean, something like this is so volatile, like it's very difficult to figure out where you're going to put a stop. Okay, you have to, because you can get whipped in and out of your position if you don't have a wide enough stop. But then if you have a wide stop, you're not going to take as many shares, of course. And if you have a wide stop, then you have to start looking left. Well, where could it go? As Shady was trying to point out, if you have a $3 stop on something, then it's got to go $6. For it to be, you have to have an expectation that it could go $6 for you. Because you shouldn't take the trade unless you, in my opinion anyway, you shouldn't take the trade unless you have a reasonable expectation of making a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if you're risking $1 on the trade, you have to be able to look and say, yeah, it could run $2 because the next high is $3 away or $4 away. But if I were looking at a trade and I said, well, my stop's got to be $1 away, and I looked left and the next high is 50 cents away, I'm not taking the trade. I'm not going to risk $1 to try to make 50 cents. Now, just because though I get into a trade and I have a dollar stop and I look left and the next high is $3 away, doesn't mean it's getting there, of course. I could get out of the trade if it started to work and it moved a dollar for me, and then all of a sudden it just stops and it starts, cascading down. I'll probably get out of the trade with a little profit. But I don't go into the trade thinking that's what I'm going to do. But to keep out of trouble, have a stop, number one. Okay, have a stop, number one, to keep out of trouble, and risk, your risk that you're going to, the amount of money that you are, if it doesn't work for you, should be, like a manageable number. So, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay, so that's why I always was showing a risk of $100 here. So how much you're going to risk per trade will be dependent on your account size. But I would start off again, really, maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, assuming the setup is what you want. You've been able to check every box. It's a trade you want. It's got enough room to move, to make the risk reward correct based on maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The low of the previous 5-minute candle. Why? Because it's a number. It's a hard number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Whereas, a support, sort of eyeballing a support area in the chart, is a little more art than science. You can call the science, obviously, the low of the previous 5-minute candle. It's a hard number. There's no, well, maybe it's this or that. No, it's a hard number. You can try that. Try in the simulator. Use the previous 5-minute low as your stop. Well, it's not hard to figure out the low of the previous 5-minute candle, though. Okay, that's why I'm saying, if I were brand new to trading, that's what I would probably do, rather than try to figure out, well, should I be using a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart or a 30-minute chart to look where there is a support level that if it broke down through there, and it takes some time of looking at charts over and over again. Maybe the VWAP will be the stop. It could be the VWAP could be the stop. Maybe the 200-day moving average could be the stop, depending where it is. So there's no definitive. So there's not one person that's going to say this is what you should do every single time. But starting out, try the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Just see how that works. Yeah, it can all make sense, but you've really got to practice. I'm not just talking to you, Larry. This is not overnight. You've really got to practice and get a feel for things. What do you like to see? Not, oh, I like this because, and have no answer for it. Okay. I think it's going to do this. Well, it's not really an answer. You could have looked at, I'm just in general, look at the FRLN. Classic. I don't know if this is not shortable, so it's not a great example, but a person could look at that and say, well, look what happened. It went right into the 200-day moving average. It stopped there. And you could have said, you know what, I'll take a short right here, and I'll put my stop a little bit above the 200-day moving average. See how it worked. You know, I mean, it's amazing how this happens. Well, Tony is is finding good setup stock all science, or well, there's not all science, but it's a little bit of an art, okay, also. And luck, I wouldn't call it luck, because you're going to be wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong a lot, okay? But when I'm wrong, I have a manageable loss, okay? And when I'm right, I try, as best I can to let things run. I'm probably not great at that, but I do the best I can to let things run. So I don't know, I don't want to call it luck as much as, I mean, I have a setup that I like. I have a checklist. If I can check everything, as long as I don't take 100 trades in a row that don't work, then I better change, my checklist or my setups, obviously. So I wouldn't call it luck. Luck could be something that you get into a trade, and all of a sudden, it has some news while you're in the trade and it explodes. Okay. That would be luck. Okay. But you didn't get into the trade because you didn't even know about that news. That would be what I would call luck. I have no long term. I should have Amazon. Okay. But, you've heard me. But what we do have, we as my family here, we've got my wife's company as a long term that is just absolutely done tremendously for us. So, and that's in Canada. So, and this is it, Stantec, and she's been in a stock employee plan for many, many, many years, built up a nice, well, we're doing okay. See, 2 weeks may not be enough, Tony. And nobody wants to hear this, but you could probably, I mean, you might think it is enough. And listen, maybe you're an incredibly fast learner, and you'll stick, and you'll have the discipline to stick to everything that you did in the 2 weeks. It'll be highly unusual, but hey, it could take several months. Well, it could take years. It could take years. Yeah. I mean, everybody's different. Everybody sees things in a different way. And I used a golf analogy yesterday. I used to be a very good golfer and go to the range, of course, like everybody, love to go to the range. And I see people, and I felt that I was practicing the right thing. I see other people on the range that never ever would improve, and I would watch them practice, and they were just always, in my opinion, practicing the wrong things, wrong stance, wrong setup, wrong this, and so they would just, ingrain that into their swing. And so they could never improve unless they had a wholesale change. And so I think it's the same with trading. You could practice in theory or look at and just keep doing the same thing over and over again, thinking you're practicing, but it's all wrong. Like having no stops. I mean, that is a classic one, just having no stops. All right, guys, I'm going to try this. I'm going to tell, and you guys can tell me, first of all, if this worked. I think that I probably have to do a reboot for it to be perfect, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this little sound setting. I'm going to change it over to the crisp microphone. I have no, so first of all, well, I know what I can do. So I'm going to change it over and see if that, it's possible though, I would have to do a reboot. So first of all, you guys can hear me, right? There's no, that has not, that's not an issue. So this is what I did, Pepe, but you're probably right. I probably have to do a reboot for it to take effect, right? Though I should ask, you guys can still hear me? Okay. Now, can you hear me clapping? You can hear me clapping. Okay, so what do you suggest again? Change the mic in the app after you make the change. The mic in the what app though? What app are you talking about? What app? See, unfortunately, I can't drag this over the crisp. Oh, wait a minute. You see, in the crisp app, it's still saying I got the Yeti mic. So maybe you're right. Maybe if I do a reboot, not going to do it now. Maybe that'll change it in the crisp app if that's what you're talking about, because it still says it's using the Yeti Nano. So confusing. It never was like this. When I first got that program, I didn't have to do anything. It just heard my voice and it just blocked everything else out. That I didn't have to do a thing. I don't know if William was scheduled out. I don't know if he said he wasn't going to be here today. Honestly, don't know. I can't remember. Can I open the audio settings for this room? Would it be in here? Because remember, this is a web-based. It's web-based, but is this here and here? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've never done that. Never ever tried in here. No, this is just resetting the audio. This is not. Well, let's see what happens when I shut down this room. What I'm going to do is. You mean here you mean what I've already done? You mean done this? I've changed it to the Chris microphone. All right. Well, let's see if that happens. Okay. Yeah, Heather, what we're trying to do, it's not the sound that you hear. This is noise canceling software. Okay. So it's supposed to block out virtually everything, but it has not worked. So what I'm going to do, so now relaunch the room, but yeah, is that the hard launch like this, which is the hard reset and load, or just me getting in and out? I wonder. Yeah, closed completely. Okay, so guys, listen. Thanks for all the help. I'm going to shut down. I'm going to test this. I'm going to relaunch the room. If somebody wants to come back, great. They can hear. We'll see whether or not this noise canceling. Otherwise, have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning. So I'm going to do a hard. So this is going to boot everybody else. This is going to boot everybody out right now. Okay. You guys can hear me in YouTube still. I know that. Okay, Pepe. Are you? But are you in the? Are you back in the main room? Well, let's see. I'll just do some clapping. I don't think that matters though, because YouTube is probably different. I did not shut down YouTube. Okay, so there are few people in our YouTube room, or sorry, in our the main room. I'll just wait for you to get in, Pepe. No audio, but well, I wasn't. Oh, yes. Okay, now how's that now? Sorry, you're right. Okay, so I just turned on the mic. Sorry. And screen sharing, not that it matters. So I turned on the mic. Sorry, yeah, I didn't have the mic on. Okay. Yay, Pepe's in the room. So I clapped about 10 seconds. I did, yes. Clapping right now. Yeah. Cool. You can't hear it. So that worked. Now, how about in YouTube? Does that make sense? Will that work in YouTube also? If you just so those Larry, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this. So you could hear the clapping still. Okay, so it worked in the other room. So probably if I close down Steamworks, SteamYard, whatever it's called, and then did it again and do the switch. But I have a feeling that's it. Then it's going to work. So it's just a matter of using the Chris microphone, and then when I reboot everything, that's what's going to happen. It'll use this as a default, and the good thing is you can still hear me. It's remember the problem we had a couple of a couple of weeks ago. We had to somehow. I think you thought that Discord had somehow hijacked the mic. Anyway, thank you, Larry. Thank you guys for being the guinea pigs over on YouTube. I am shutting down now, though. Okay. Thank you, Pepe, as always. So have a great weekend, YouTubers, and the 16 people that are in the room. Yeah, nice and quiet. That's the way it's supposed to work, goods. Okay, guys, have a great weekend. We'll see you in the main room. You can come into the main room by 8 o'clock. I'll be on the mic at 9, and in YouTube, I'll be on the mic at 9. So, can I do it here? Okay. Hey, shutting down. You too, Philippe.